Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is September 25th, 2022. It's Sunday night football. San Francisco 49ers versus the Denver Broncos. Live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. This should be a good matchup. We got the San Francisco 49ers on the road against the Denver Broncos. I got a couple photos here lined up. Took me a little bit of time to kind of get everything situated, but I think I am good to go. We got Danger Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited. Let's ride. Let's see what he does today at home. We got Javonte Williams, stud running back, paired up with Melvin Gordon. We got Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, and Bradley Chubb. On the flip side, we got lots of Jimmy G. I'm not sure how many photos we will use of Jimmy G today, but I just had to have a few to kind of go through. And we got Jeff Wilson Jr. stepping in for Elijah Mitchell. George Kittle is healthy. Will he get in the end zone? There's a high probability. Deebo Samuel is in the building. Make him puke, Brandon Ayuk in the building, as well as Nick freaking Bosa. I got him. And we got Fred Warner. Eric Armstead is injured. Otherwise, I would have had a photo of him, but he is not playing tonight. Eric Armstead is out, and that's going to be a key piece to keep an eye on as we're moving forward tonight. Let's get it. Carlos in the building. What to do? How's everybody doing tonight? Let me know what happens in the race. James is back. What to do? Let's get to 100 in donos. We fell quite short of that. And that's not really a big goal, especially if I'm working for 3 or 4 hours. But hopefully tonight is better. And then after the game is over, we'll probably try to get into a little bit of food. And then we'll end the stream. I'm here at home alone. So girlfriend and the girlfriend's daughter went to her mom's house in Washington to have dinner. So it's just me and Paisley. So I'll be checking up on her periodically, making sure that she's got food. Making sure that, she's got the proper things, but I'm ready to grind it out and ready to hustle. Let's go. Yeah, man. I mean, what am I supposed to expect? The defense can only do so much, right? You don't have Julio. You don't have Godwin. You don't have Evans. Gronk's no longer there. The whole offensive line is injured. It's like you got Tristan Wirfs and a little bit of Shaq Mason. And, it's like, what do you really expect? I mean, you might be able to, have your defense carry you, against the bad teams. But once you play a team that actually has a good offense, a good quarterback, 2 good running backs, and, they, even though they don't have Devontae Adams or MVS anymore, Christian Watson was the only wide receiver that wasn't playing besides Sammy Watkins. And Sammy Watkins gets hurt all the time. So you still had Romeo Doubs. You still had Alan the Lizard Lazard. You still had Bob Tonyan. You still had, plenty of those pieces that were out there. Christian Watson out, Romeo Doubs in. You still had Randall Cobb. You still had Dobbs. You still had Alan the Lizard Lazard. You still had Bob Tonyan, and Bakhtiari came back as well. So, I mean, I was hoping that we could pull off a miracle, but you can't expect Brady to do everything. And obviously, if the run defense limits what Fournette does, then that usually means that we lose. So, tough loss for the Bucs, tough loss for the Saints, tough loss for the Chiefs, a tough loss for the Bills. But that's football. But I still think, the Saints and the Bucs are still 2 of the better teams in the NFC. But with Jameis's back, we have to monitor that, right? As well as my offensive line and my wide receivers. And then with the Chiefs losing to the Colts and the Bills losing to the Dolphins, I still think the Chiefs and Bills are fantastic teams. Now, it's a long season. You're going to have good games and you're going to have bad games. You're going to have good wins and you're going to have bad wins. You're going to have good losses that, maybe if there's anything that's considered a good loss, at least I didn't get blown out by the Packers by 30. It is what it is. And you can't win everything. So it's all good. I'm just grinding away. Sometimes, you get hated on. Sometimes there's false promises that are promised to you. I'm used to people hating against me. I'm used to people taking me as a threat. I'm used to people being jealous and have envy and whatnot. I mean, but like, it's not like I'm getting, 10,000 people in the room or 1,000. I'm doing the best that I can with what I have to work with. What I do know is I got the best mods in the business. I got great fans, and I just got to keep grinding it out, and hopefully we can break through. So that's pretty much how that goes. But I'm ready for tonight, and I think the matchup is going to be good. And I got some fire photos here. And you never know. Maybe we'll get a random appearance from maybe Nate the Great. Maybe we'll have a big dono to kind of make up for what happened in game number one. We'll see. I know the GOATs will show up either for this game or after the game is over. So I'm pretty confident we'll make up for the first game, and we'll make sure we end up having a good day overall. I mean, especially if I'm going to be grinding it out, for 8 or 9 hours. I don't need to be rich. I just want to, kind of be compensated for my hard work. So we'll see what happens. But I think this should be a fun matchup to watch with the Denver Broncos hosting the San Francisco 49ers. Let's get it. But I'll tell you what, one thing in general, if someone tells, me something, I would hope that they would, keep their word. But if I say something, I keep my word. I don't ever back out of, when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I don't say, hey, I'm going to do this and I back out, or say it multiple times and say, yeah, I'm going to do this 2, 3, 4, 5 times and then don't follow through. That loses a lot of respect, not only from the YouTube community, but from me personally. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, well, even with the Chris Jones, spouting off, I mean, the way that the flow of the game went, it was more than just that. That was just the cherry on top to make things difficult to lose. You know what I mean? But they didn't really play a clean game to probably deserve to win that game. Just like I didn't deserve to beat the Packers. Bills probably didn't deserve to beat Miami. And sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. All right, here we go. Oh, good special teams by Denver there. I mean, it's all about honesty, loyalty, and respect. And I guess some people have it and some people don't. Let's go, baby. Do we have any predictions for this game? Jimmy? Jeff Wilson with a short game. They got definitely a very good run defense. I was thinking, okay, I had Josh Jacobs, who never cracked 10 within the first 2 weeks, and I had Jeff Wilson. And I took a gamble, and I did Aguilar just because I knew that Jacoby Myers was injured. So I figured 6 for 6, 100-plus yards, a tutty last week. Maybe there'll be an opportunity, for more opportunities for a player like that, like Aguilar. But then Mac Jones got hurt. They didn't go to him enough. And Justin Jefferson and Aguilar shit the bed, but, it is what it is. I should still be able to win, hopefully. Jimmy, check down. Debo, first down. Niners, move the chains. Arsonius, my boy. Let's go. Well, I mean, when you have your whole starting offensive line injured and you have no Julio, no Godwin, no Mike Evans, no reliable wide receivers or tight ends, and the defense did their job, but, you can only keep up. And like I said, it's not like I got blown out by 30 by the Packers. Defense got tired. We didn't get enough sack lunches, enough pressure, enough picks, enough fumbles, and we lost the game barely, and we couldn't convert the 2-point conversion. But it's like I said, you can't rely just because Brady's out there. If he's got no one to throw to and no offensive line to run block or pass block, what do you expect when I play a good team, Arsonius, my boy. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Good to see you in the building. $49 for the San Francisco 49ers. And I knew someone was going to make up for it. We already got more on that one donation than I got all in the last stream. So thank you so much. I appreciate you tremendously. My boy Arsonius doing big things. Oh, almost picked, but at least he came back to the football, making puke Ayuk to make sure that it wasn't a pick on 3rd down and 9 now. I got some nice photos for you, brand new ones. Appreciate you, Arsonius. My boy. Somebody's loyal to your boy, and it's Arsonius. I appreciate you. Hope you like the photos I chose, and I'll have some others I'll pull up as well. My boy, thank you so much. Appreciate you, bro. My dude, let's get it. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Bang, bang. Thank you, bro. Shotgun set, 3rd down and 9. Jimmy, tipped. Damn it. Thank you, Arsonius. Yeah, well, thank God we had a goat come through like that. You know, we were hoping that one would show up for the first game, but you know, sometimes people are busy or they're somewhere else. But you know, I can always count on people to support me, not people to lie to me or take advantage, you know, or not keep promises. So 0-0 Niners and the Broncos, 4th down and 9. Arsonius is a fucking G, making sure that he's supporting me and the family. Thank you so much. Short punt. And we'll see what Dangerous has up his sleeve. Yeah, I just want a good game. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people are picking the Niners to win because they're kind of disrespecting like Denver. Well, obviously Nathaniel Hackett hasn't figured it out yet, being Rodgers OC and then being the head coach. A lot of responsibility, clock management, time management. He gets an F in the first 2 weeks. You know, hopefully that the offensive line can step up. But the real issue all year is going to be play calling, chemistry with Nathaniel Hackett, and obviously the offensive line and the defense. They need to step up. And not having Von Miller there, it's going to be hard. I mean, you got Bradley Chubb and a few others, you know, like Patrick Surtain, and obviously, you know, Justin Simmons normally when not injured. And then you got a few options like Hamler and Judy and Sutton, and then a nice 1-2 combo with Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams. But if the offensive line is ass and he doesn't have time, and on top of that, if Russell's not running, every once in a while, you got to run. You got to be able to show America that you can still run. And hopefully, you know, the first game in Seattle was embarrassing, right? Should have won that one. Second game against the Texans, you were getting your ass kicked and finally pulled it out. Let's see if Denver can have a respectable performance, not like in Seattle or the Texans, and maybe tonight can be a little better, but this is going to be your toughest challenge yet, even though you're at home. So we will see. Niners, you can never count them out. You know, and the Niners are one of those teams, they could have Jimmy or they could have Trey. They could have anybody at quarterback, but they're going to pound the fucking rock. All right. They're going to play good defense and they're going to have great play calling by Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle is one of the best on finding mismatches against the opponents on defense, just like Sean McVay. They are the two best at it, you know, not counting Belichick or Andy Reid or Tomlin or any of the other OGs, but I'm talking about young coaches. Kevin O'Connell's got it. Okay. Sean McVay's got it. And guess what? Kyle Shanahan's got it as well. Well, even if we didn't have that delay of game, I don't think they would have completed that 2-point conversion. Just the way the momentum was, I even predicted that they wouldn't convert. You know, it's like either you feel it that, you know, you got it or you don't. And they really had a hard time moving that football that whole game. I don't think that even with the delay of game going back, even if we were on the 1 or 2, I don't think we would have converted. Because I don't think they would have had the balls to run it with Lenny. And if we would have passed it, I don't think it would have completed. That's just my personal thought. All right, 1st down and 10. Screen pass to Javonte Williams. Short game. Russ has now he's got to get going early and often. And we've seen a lot of Javonte and a lot of Melvin Gordon. So we'll see how it goes. And if the Broncos are going to win, this motherfucker has to be active. This has got to be an active piece. Cortland Sutton. Short game. Shout out to Arsonius for representing the brand. Thank you. Haven't seen you in a while, but great to see you, and thank you for your support, bro. Third down, Russell steps up in the pocket. Yeah, you're not putting yourself, the team in a good position when you're going to throw a little screen pass like that. I want to see Russell run. Is something wrong with Russell Wilson? Can he not run? Are they telling him not to run? Is that what it is? Is Hackett telling him to stay in the pocket and not run? Because you're only going to win games, and the only way you can even dream of getting to 10-7 in this fucking AFC is if Russell runs some throughout the season. Because if he doesn't, you're not going to win 10 games. You're going to have to be able to extend plays with your arm and with your legs. I'm very curious to see what's going on that Denver sideline with Hackett and Russell. Is Russell choosing not to run, or can't he run? Does he have an injury, or is Hackett telling him not to do it? I need to know, because he hasn't run that much in the first 3 weeks, and that's concerning to me. I got a lot of Bronco fans. My boy Justin Graves, where we went to the arcade yesterday, obviously we got to go to a 2-story arcade, ground control, and control spelled with a K. We got pizza, and then I tried to get Voodoo Donuts, the famous donut shop in Portland, but it was a 2-hour wait, so I didn't get a chance to do that. But offensive line and defense. If you can't have good offensive line and defense, it's really hard to win games in the NFL. And you have to have an effective kicker. Harrison Butker being out is really hurting the Chiefs more than they know. And that's why I feel that kickers should be paid like third or fourth or fifth highest. You got quarterbacks, you got linebackers, but I get it. Offensive linemen and kickers aren't sexy, but if you don't have them, you don't fucking win. You don't win games if you don't have an O-line or a kicker. You know what I mean? And so we should reward those positions: O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, and special teams. A good punter and kicker go a long way, but apparently, some teams don't care. So, yeah, Denver has underwhelmed a lot. And I'm not sure if Nathaniel Hackett just can't be a head coach, but calling plays is one thing, but taking responsibility and being the man, depending on if you're also calling plays and being the head coach, or if you're the head coach and someone else is calling plays, or if you're doing it all. I mean, some guys can handle the pressure and some guys can't. So, yeah. And I had Butker in fantasy, bro, and I had to pick up Koo. And at some point, I had to drop him to make room for other options for me. And maybe I'll pick up Butker later. Maybe I won't. But the only way the Chiefs are going to get to the AFC Championship game is with Butker. If you don't have Butker, I don't know if you can make it, because someone else might, step up. Miami, someone else, Chargers, if Herbert gets healthy, even though he doesn't look like he's healthy. I mean, Buffalo Bills lost a lot of pieces on that defense. Micah Hyde out for the year. Tre'Davious White on the PUP list until week 4. Ed Oliver injured. They had like 4 or 5 starters, and they scored 18 and 22 in fantasy in the first 2 weeks, and they only put up, I think, 6. That's why I benched him, and I put the Cowboys defense in, even though I think Saquon might be able to eat him up. Micah Parsons has been pretty fucking good, and they have a good returner. So I'm hoping that I made the right decision by starting the Dallas D over the Bills. I knew they weren't going to score 18 or 22 when half their starters were out, but I had a feeling that they might be able to get somewhere close to 7 to 10, but Miami scored too much, and they ended with 6. So I'm hoping that Dallas D can get me 10 to 12. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. So I would have, but one guy's a kicker and one guy's a safety. So I don't think they wanted to put that out there. But Reed probably would have been a better choice. Ooh, nice pass. Garoppolo, first down, Niners. And guess what? He should have started the year with Garoppolo. He invested a lot in Trey Lance, but you know what? You made a mistake. You probably should have drafted Justin Fields instead of Trey Lance. And now he got hurt, and you invested all that capital, but you're still a good team, where even if you gave up all those draft picks, you're still going to be a good team. Even if Trey Lance is a failure, even if he never pans out, you're not going to go from, being a 10-win team to a 3-win team. They have too much good depth and coaching to fall off. Oh, baby, Jeff Wilson. Man, I should have started him. Fuck. I had Wilson and Josh Jacobs. I should have started Wilson. Damn it. Nice game by Jeff. First down, Niners. I mean, he got 18 carries last week. I should have known. But sometimes Denver defense is stout, but you have to think with the Niners O-line, they're going to open it up. Trent Williams and company, that Jeff, is a good enough running back to find, little leaks into the defense. And I mean, I'll probably have to start Jeff Wilson at flex the rest of the season, either him or Josh Jacobs. Can't be taking risks like Aguilar like I did. So first down and 10. Good effort. I mean, I don't know if Denver can win this game. Niners are the better team, but even though they're on the road, but I mean, Denver's going to have to really pull one out of the hat. They're going to have to get like a pick six on Jimmy, or a fumble. Something crazy's got to happen for Denver to win this game, even though they're at home. They did not look good week 1 and week 2. Yeah, we have to wait and see. Where it's too early, but the first 2 weeks it does not look good. And this, if the Niners punch this in, not a good start for Denver. Oh, absolutely. Kickers are awesome, man. And you score on field goals and extra points. And sometimes it ends up being like half of the points scored. Sometimes it's all the points scored. So why are we not, really, showing love to kickers? Offensive linemen don't get no fucking love either. It's just very strange. Everyone just loves quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. But we can't give any love to punters, kickers, and O-line. Jimmy, screen pass. Debo. First and goal. They're about to score. They're scoring. You can tell. Second down and goal. Jimmy under center, screen pass. Right there, Brandon Ayuk, make him puke Ayuk. Touchdown, bang, Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Make him puke Ayuk, just same thing. The same kind of play style. They love running screens, and they love running slants. And if you can run slants, before the defense is set, you're going to get tore up. Just like Rodgers tore up the Bucs defense running that kind of play, they're going to tear them up as well. Right there. I mean, Debo with the block up front, eliminating the, Darby and Jackson. And then easy touchdown there. Kind of a rub route. Extra point is up, and it's good.
Lowest you'll go on one of these books. Remember, no haggling in stores. Yeah, chapter 6. They may have read the book, but they still have a long way to go. So get your John Hancock on there. Let's just call it signature.
I noticed there weren't any refreshments, so I'm just going to leave a couple of snacks.
Folks, the line's a shambles. Let's tuck it in, sir. Come on. Okay.
Progressive can protect you from becoming your parents, but we can't protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Okay, we don't need a line monitor.
What the? When gas prices rise, you realize how fast 10 cents adds up. And up. And up. Become a Walmart Plus member.
All right, Robbie, good job. I see you.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more fathers are switching to Ram. And more sons, more tailgaters, more tail waggers, more men with a lot of confidence, and more with not so much. More people who have it all and don't have it at all. And more guys who check straps with a firm tug and say are switching to Ram.
I know you're going to be cerebral.
Yeah.
Famous.
I hope you guys get Butker out there, though. You know what I mean? I like him a lot. He's normally when healthy, a top 3 kicker. Evan McPherson, you got him on the Bengals. You got Butker. And obviously Justin Tucker is the most reliable. See what the Niner defense can do. But they're coming out strong. Lots of weapons. And Kittle's back. So I just don't know. With a very shaky O-line and defense, Might be a long day for the Denver Broncos, even with the Russell Wilson. And it shows you need more than just a QB and great wide receivers and great weapons. You need O-line or it doesn't come together. Who cares if you have Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon? We thought, well, maybe the O-line will be good enough, but apparently it's not for the Raiders or the Broncos. And the defense is very suspect too. So I've been sold on Hurts for 2 years. Great win for you guys. Usually it's the younger people that weren't sold on Hurts. It takes time to get good. Can't expect everything overnight, especially last year. They weren't going to beat the Bucs in the playoffs, but they showed, they just needed supporting cast around Hurts, and they had a great draft, and I assume they'll have many, many great drafts, even though that was one of the things that they struggled at with Howie Roseman. Just having those, Lurie and Roseman with bad drafts, but now they're starting to have great drafts. And the Eagles are going to be one of the top teams this year, not only in the NFC, but in the NFL. Yeah, congrats on your win, bro. I already knew the Eagles were the front runner for the NFC East before the Dak injury. And the Eagles are going to be probably the best team in that division moving forward for many years. I mean, it just looks like, they're building in the right direction. I mean, the Giants, Washington, Dallas, not so much. But they will get lucky every few years, and usually there's a different winner every year. So as long as the Eagles don't have any catastrophic injuries, they will be leading that NFC East for a while. 7-0 Niners.
Associate head coach with Baltimore. He's been brought in this week to help manage the game management situations and allow Hackett to remain the play caller.
2nd down and 7. Shotgun set. Russ. Back shoulder to nobody. Yeah, but if anything is, glaring, the Broncos need O-line and defense. The next few drafts, they shouldn't be drafting anything but O-line and defense, period. Same thing goes for the Raiders. O-line and defense and nothing else. Oh, wow, defense. I don't know. Hurts reminds me of Dak more than Russell. And I don't know. Obviously Dak is a Cowboy and he's in the division, but I think Dak, when healthy, with a horrible head coach, a horrible play caller, I lost Amari Cooper. I mean, normally he can be a, fringe top 10 quarterback. Russell Wilson into the ground. They're going to start booing him pretty soon. The boo birds will come out. Run and throw the ball better. Damn it. I'm not sure if he's hurt or something that's going on with Russell, but he doesn't seem like the same quarterback from the Seahawks. Something's off. It's either him and Hackett are butting heads, or he's got an injury that they're not disclosing. But his legs and his arm, I don't know what's going on there. But it doesn't look like Russell Wilson. Good tackle. Yeah, I agree too. Right, exactly. Yeah, you can't Niang, you can't really rely on. And then even Orlando Brown, you know what I mean? Like, is he coming? Is he going? Is he staying? I'm not sure what kind of loyalty I see out of him, And Wiley could be improved too. I totally agree. Well, because Mahomes wanted to go for it. There's going to be, especially when you're not able to move the ball normally and you're Patrick Mahomes, you get frustrated. It's not going to be all peaches and cream with the OC and the head coach for any team. Jimmy? Nice. And for all the haters that, say Jimmy sucks, he's a lot better than most quarterbacks that are out there. He might not be a top 5 and he might not be top 10, but he definitely is a top 15 quarterback. He might be just middle of the pack, but sometimes he plays like a top 10. Like he has that leadership and that poise. And even though we know, sometimes he fucks up in the fourth quarter, but usually through first, second, and third quarter, he can play lights out. He can play like a top 10 quarterback in a lot of games. Hand the ball off, have good defense, just don't throw the pick six and fumble the football. And most of the time he's good about that until the fourth quarter and sometimes in the playoffs. That's when things go kind of awry and they go south sometimes. But when you play fucking Aaron Donald, I mean, what do you expect? Sometimes, the other team's got a better defense and they make a play, sack lunch, a pick, but they just need to figure out how to score fourth quarter points, not only in the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game, and just in general. That's one thing the Niners need to improve on, fourth quarter scoring. But Jimmy ain't bad. I mean, I would take Jimmy on Tampa, if they were willing to give me him after Brady. I would take him. I think Jimmy's better than Baker. I mean, all these guys are middle of the pack. Cousins, Tannehill, Carr. Carr should have been up in the top 10, but offensive line and defense stink, But you're going to have a lot of those guys. Carr, Tannehill, Cousins, Baker, Jameis, Jimmy. Is Jimmy one of the better ones? I mean, of course, with this coaching staff and with the supporting cast, yeah. But if you put Jimmy on the Jets, he'll be ass. So it's really about the coaching too. Shanahan, right? John Lynch, at GM, and having all these great players. Trent Williams and make him puke Ayuk and Debo, Kittle, Fred Warner, Armstead. These guys have great players. The Niners are a great organization. So thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you. I'm trying to get you a photo during the maybe commercial break. I'm not sure if Arsonius is still in the building or if he left. Jimmy G and Alex. Yeah, guys that aren't top 10, but Alex Smith, when he was on the Chiefs and the Niners, there were games where he played like a top 5 quarterback. There were games that he played like a top 10 quarterback. And there was also games that he played like the worst quarterback in the league. There's been bad games for Smith, bad games for Jimmy, but most of the time they're like in the middle, but usually trending more towards top 12 rather than being like on the bottom of the league, usually you can be 15th in the league, 16th. And remember, there's 32 quarterbacks. So if you're 15th or 16th, it could be much worse, But again, Jimmy is benefited by great coaching all over the organization. O-line, D-line, head coach, OC, DC, John Lynch, ownership, players. I mean, there's not very many organizations that are run better than the Niners. Maybe the Chiefs. There's not a lot of them that are run really well year in and year out. I mean, like I said, the Niners could be 9-8 and overachieve and make the NFC Championship game. They've done it before, 10-7, 9-8, shouldn't even be in the playoffs. Last seed in. And then they just start beating the Cowboys, beating the Packers. And that's another thing about the Niners. They're great on the road. They're a lot better on the road than most teams. Jimmy? It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Yep. But it's the same thing, though. If Alex would have made it, they would have lost, just like Jimmy did. Sometimes, you need a little bit more. And I think that's why they gave up on Jimmy and drafted Trey, because they know he's good. He's a game manager, but can he make the big throw in the fourth quarter? And time in and time out, the answer is no. He would always fumble it. He'd always throw a pick six, a bad interception. Sometimes that's the offensive line's fault, but a lot of times it was Jimmy's fault for either holding on to the football too long or making the bad read. And then the players, the coaches, everyone gave up on him. But now Aren't you glad you didn't trade him away? Because if the Niners didn't have him now, you're fucked. And you maybe can get a top 10 pick, but with Jimmy, you can make the playoffs and you can definitely compete in the NFC West. So, yeah, agreed. Yep. I agree. Plus, it's also a different type of you don't have that bailout guy in Tyreek anymore. It's like Travis Kelce's doubled. Boom. I know I can go to Tyreek anywhere and he's going to be able to, be a big play guy. You don't have that anymore. So it's like if Kelce's having an off game or a slower game and the running game can't get going with Clyde Edwards-Helaire and the rest of the crew, then you start pressing a little bit, forcing the football to MVS or the other receivers. And sometimes that turns into turnovers or sack lunches. It's a whole new thing. And obviously they look great the first couple weeks. But again, that game was a trap game. And maybe they came into that game thinking, you know what? The Colts are ass. They're 0-1-1. They don't even have a win yet. They have a fucking loss and a tie. We're going to go in there and beat their ass. And lo and behold, the Colts this is our Super Bowl. This is our big game. And they came out and played great. And after losing 24-0, you would have never thought they lost 24-0 to the Jags the week before with the performance they put on. Jelani Woods, what a great game for him. So football is, like I said, the ball can bounce and the cookie crumbles in so many different ways, but anybody can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, and Thursday. And just because you look good the week before, it doesn't mean shit the next week. Injuries are everything. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching. And if you're not winning the battle in the trenches, you're probably losing the game. 9 times out of 10. So.
Right now, new customers get a free entry to a single game contest or share millions in prizes. It's easy to build a team in minutes. In season-long contests, you can take home all year long. Make everyone cool. Well, we talked about Nathaniel Hackett, the new head coach of the Broncos. It has been called over 4 decades as a college and professional coach, also sometimes with the Niners and out of the Bay Area. UC Davis, exactly. Was a long snapper. Pre-med for a little bit. They got to the football stuff. As we mentioned, worked with Doug Marrone in 3 slots in Syracuse, Buffalo, Jacksonville. In the last 3 years, so I'm at reporter staff, the offensive coordinator for the Packers. And there is Paul Hackett, who was 42, like his son is right now. They got the head coaching job in Pittsburgh. It's a pitch back to Melvin Gordon.
Melvin Gordon, short gain.
For about 4 yards. And Chris, we've seen this offense work, but I thought you hit it so perfectly in the open. It's not an automatic fit when you try to build a great quarterback like Russell Wilson and your system. It takes a little time.
Well, you think about some of the greatest plays you've seen from Russell Wilson. What are they?
And Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson are not the same either.
Around a little bit, and you find somebody way down the field. Probably one of, if not the best deep ball thrower in the game. Yet this is a little bit more.
Russell, hands off. They need to really rely on good running and great defense. And if you can't get Javonte Williams going, right, or Melvin Gordon, you're fucked. That's really what it comes down to, because that's what they're banking on is good running game and good defense, kind of like the Niners,
So many times that I started saying, who is number 29? He was making every single play, and they are just setting him up. He is training with, and it may not surprise you, Troy Polamalu. You've got the hair, you've got the style of play. We've seen Polamalu do great
3rd down and 5.
plays in the backfield. And now his protege the same.
8 plays, 11 yards. Fans are going to get on the Broncos. They'll pick up the first down here soon.
Whoa, Wilson. Incomplete. That might be on the Niners. I got you, Sarah. It took me like 4 other options of photos to be able to try to find something. Some of them weren't converting. But I got you at least that one for your dono. Appreciate you. And I get you a couple others. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
In coverage. So we have not seen a breakout play by one of these outstanding receivers in the Broncos yet.
Niner defense staying true. Broncos. Yeah, Broncos and Raiders are underwhelming. Chargers, just Herbert's hurt. And then the Chiefs. So you can go from like, oh my God, this division is going to be so great. And then after 3 weeks in, it doesn't look as great as it was on paper in the preseason. Like everything is injuries, a lot of stuff that's unexpected. It's a long season. That's facts.
Okay, so whenever we need to get paid back, we always ask for Zelle.
I know, but we use different banks.
Zelle works even if you bank somewhere different than we do.
Just take the money.
With Zelle, the money goes straight into my bank account. Put it in your pocket. I prefer it in my bank account.
Everything okay in here?
Yeah, everything's great. Just take
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I root for the Lions, the Jags, the Jets, because normally the Buccaneers are in that boat as well prior to me getting Brady and everybody else. You know what I mean? So, it's nice to be able to see bad teams start to compete. I don't like seeing the same teams just lose over and over and over. So I don't think Wentz has fallen off. He scored 27 points in fantasy week 1, week 2. Just because you guys sacked him 8 million times and you guys won the game doesn't mean Wentz is garbage. He actually played really well week 1 and week 2. Apparently you didn't watch the games. Yeah, I know. 1 and 2. Is that surprising? Jameson is back with the vertebrae. You know what I mean? Like, that's tough. How are you doing besides the loss? I mean, you lost, I lost, a bunch of people lost today. But at least I got my Ducks win last night, so that was good. Thin air for Russ, maybe that's a part of it. Maybe he's not used to maybe he needs to go in some cryo. Maybe he needs to do some other things because whatever he's doing, it's not working. And like I said, not only is the O-line and the defense kind of suspect, right? But like every player is like not doing what we thought. Russ is not playing as good as I thought. Javonte Williams and Gordon aren't as good because of the O-line. You're not getting Sutton and, Judy, Hamler, these guys, even Bradley Chubb and, Justin Simmons and, Patrick Surtain. This was a team that was supposed to be, one of the contenders, and they're nowhere near. Coaching is everything, and maybe Nathaniel Hackett doesn't have it. And, for all the times that we talk shit about Jimmy or Baker or Jameis or Tannehill or Kirk Cousins, or these guys like Carr, not everyone can be a top 10 quarterback, but you want a guy that can be reliable, at least most of the time. Too many weapons for the Niners. Dynamic pieces. I mean, they don't have these kind of dynamic pieces over there in Denver. They have guys, but they're not as good as the Niner players. Halfback toss. Good D right there. Right, exactly. Right, guy's got 4 cracked vertebrae. Right, he was blind when he was on Tampa, and then they're still throwing him out there. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Andy's not that bad as a backup for sure. I mean, an injured Jameis or a healthy Dalton. I mean, it might be kind of close stats-wise because Andy will probably fuck up and throw a pick or a fumble or something, but at least he's healthy, Jimmy, wide open. Guess who? Deebo Samuel. Jimmy Garoppolo to Deebo Samuel. First down, Niners. Move the chains. Yeah, let's play zone coverage on Deebo. That's smart.
That with that fearlessness to go in the middle and go deliver the ball.
Yeah, and that time you got to see a little bit.
Jarvis got hurt. MT got hurt. That's rough.
Guy, right? You can't possibly be that nasty. Then you just watch him crack back on that play. He's that nasty.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have arrogant fans. You're gonna have cocky fans. You're gonna have biased fans. You know what I mean? I will never be biased. I'll have my teams, but I'll still give credit to the rivals and the other teams that are playing. I'm not going to just be like, my team's the greatest and everyone else sucks ass, even when they're doing good. There's too many people out there on planet Earth that are morons like that are incredibly biased and, You know what I mean? Can't show love to any other good player. It's okay, man. I got Jeff Wilson in fantasy, but I benched him. Probably should have started him. It's all right, man. It's a crispy photo. He's motivated. I like me some Jeff Wilson. 7-0 Niners. 3rd and 3. I'll try to find another Jeff Wilson for you if it bothers you. Jimmy? Pass, incomplete.
This way. The Broncos completely blow the coverage. Nobody there would have strolled into the end zone.
All right, I'll give you a different one so you don't have the Super Bowl losing memories. The Niners are going to end up winning a Super Bowl with Shanahan before his career is up. It's just a matter of, getting the right pieces at the right time. Or if it ends up not being in San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan himself will win somewhere before he's done coaching. Hopefully it's with the Niners, though. Oh, look. Sunday Night Football, Chiefs and Bucks. Hopefully I'll have some fucking weapons out there on my line and my wide receiving core. That's a hell of a game. Yeah, Tampa Bay's got a really hard schedule. There's a little bit more parity in the league, which is good. It's not just the same teams over and over and over again. It's nice to be surprised once in a while, especially when you see teams like the Jags and the Jets. There you go. There's a nice Jeff Wilson for you. Is that better? Big gain. Dangerous. Good throw. And like I said, if you're gonna win the game or be competitive, you got to go to Cortland Sutton for sure. End of the first quarter, 7-0 Niners. Yeah, I just try to find crispy pictures. I don't try to bring up bad memories. It's all good. I just try to find HD 4K photos that, that's what I try to do. I just try to find the crispiest. And then sometimes if it has a cool pose like that, or something like this, I'm always just going to be looking for, good looking. And sometimes you can't find them. You know what I mean? They're just not going to format correctly. There's a lot of photos that are small. I have to have a certain dimension. There's like 3 dimensions that I can use to make it full screen. And if it's not, it doesn't look clean. I'm trying to have good presentation and whatnot. So. Yeah, and I won't be surprised if we lose to the Chiefs. I mean, they're going to be angry after that loss. We'll be angry too. But, I mean, if we lose, I'm not going to – I love the Chief fan base. Like, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and even the Saints fan base, the ones at least that support me, things are, I don't have any issues, with a lot of the Saints fans that follow me. Now, there's Saints fans out there that are definitely toxic. But most of the Eagles fans and Chiefs fans, those are the 2 fan bases that support me the most, Chiefs and Eagles, and I got no problems with them. So, hey, good game, dude. How are you, Air Cheese? GG, brother. AK-41 fumble recovery TD, block field goal, missed field goal, injuries, no Mike Thomas, no Jarvis Landry you mentioned earlier, correct? Gosh, bro. Everything is, it's like when you guys get shit on, you get shit on, but maybe, some of those arrogant Saints fans just thinking that you're just going to steamroll everybody, including the Bucks. Now, Sometimes it's good to get that kind of slap in the face and be like, okay, it's going to be a grind this year. It's not going to just be like, just because we got a really deep team, that there's not going to be things that are going to happen. Sometimes shit happens, and you got to be able to go through the adversity. So.
Born in Vale, hometown in Edwards, got a chance to visit with the 74 World Cup winning skier. So great over the years. She is excited. Her season starts in about.
I mean, I'm not biased. I just call it how I see it. There's a lot of people that are biased like a motherfucker, but I feel, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. But see, I have the dedication to go to every team website, and I'm doing all 32 teams. I'm doing deep, deep coverage as if every team is my own, not just Tampa. I take a lot of pride in that. No other person on YouTube or Twitch is doing that. They're not doing like GMs, owners, coaches, backups. They're not going through the OCs and the DCs, the backups. They're just usually doing their team and then maybe Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night. But as far as knowledge across the league, a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch don't have it. That's facts. I mean, listening to someone as biased if you want to listen to that, there's plenty of podcasts and TV shows on ESPN, Fox Sports, CBS Sports, and NFL Network that have that, Or if you want someone that's going to yell like, Stephen A. Smith, just because you yell doesn't mean you're smart or you know anything. Right. I mean, Trey, like I said, he's injured. He'll come back. Maybe they should have went Justin Fields, but at least they didn't trade Jimmy away, and they can still win the division, compete, with the Rams and make the wild card. I think the Niners are a playoff team. And I said that even in preseason and the offseason. Wide open. First down, Broncos. Because like I said, I grew up watching the Niners, and honestly, if I wasn't a Bucs fan, I'd be a Niner fan. Because I was a Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, Tom Rathman, Brent Jones, all those guys. And then down the road, I really started to admire Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. I love those guys. You know what I mean? But you guys didn't have, you had Romanowski, and then you had Dion for a year. Now, if Dion would have came back after winning the Super Bowl with the Niners in 94 and didn't go to the Cowboys, maybe I would have been a Niner fan. But he dipped, and then they drafted Sapp and Brooks, and the rest is history. Lynch was there. Sapp and Brooks were my kind of guys. Mike Allstott. So if they would have had guys like that, then maybe I would be a Niner fan today. But I will always do extra coverage for, the Niners, the Eagles, the Saints, the Chiefs. If you're going to support me, I'm going to even deep dive even further for you. So, yeah. Yeah, just they're not in reality, Yeah, the game was boring. You know what I mean? There wasn't like any really big plays. They were just running in mud. This isn't like the 85 Bears going against the 2002 Bucks where it's like no one's moving the fucking football. But, obviously if they had Devontae and MVS and we had, Evans and Godwin and even Julio healthy and Gronk, well, what could have really been? It should have been the matchup we should have had in the NFC Championship last year. So, oh well. Yeah, Nick Wright is annoying as hell too. I know he's a Chief fan and everything, but he's biased as shit. I don't like a lot of the personalities on TV. Really the only one I like is Pat McAfee because he's real. He's genuine. Everyone else is fugazi and fake. Peter Schrager watching the channel stealing from me. Matt and EA Sports. You just got to, if you like Skip and Shannon, that's fine. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to watch it. If you want to watch it, that's cool. I'm not. Good Morning Football, I'm not watching that. There's no Nate, no Kay. Why am I watching? For Schrager? Fuck no. If you're going to watch that show, you're watching it for Kyle Brandt and that's it. So I don't know. It just sucks because, they missed an opportunity. They should have put Colleen Wolfe there as the lead, even though she's doing a lot of other stuff for NFL Network. But they had her do the show on the weekends. But I don't understand where, they don't understand that Colleen Wolfe is one of the best. And then Joy Taylor is no longer with Colin Cowherd. So there's another show I can't watch. So it's pretty much Pat McAfee and just me. So my own research, I'll try to watch Pat as much as I can, but. All right, let's see what Denver can do here with the field goal attempt. Field goal attempt is up. And it's good.
Shannon declines the penalty, keeps them in field goal range. McManus gets
McManus.
and the Broncos get on the board in the second quarter. Come on, Mr. Sanders, focus. Jamie Foxx, what's up, my man?
What up, Aaron? You got time to check bets?
Yeah. All right, look, you got Cincy on the click. Oh, there you go.
Now, parlay time. Would you put Miami in with LA?
Oh, no. Terrible.
Who's killing that, though?
What did Jamie Foxx want? Oh, I've got no idea. Come on, serve it up.
But it shows you, even though you got a Russell Wilson, you hope that you can do the magical thing like, Matthew Stafford and Brady did and win a Super Bowl year one. But it shows you they don't have the O-line or the defense to make a deep run this year, and they might not even make the playoffs. So you got to build it. And once they build it for a couple years, then maybe Denver can make an AFC championship game, but they're nowhere near, and obviously learning a brand new playbook with, obviously with Nathaniel Hackett is going to be completely different than Pete Carroll and the rest in Seattle. So shit takes time. Everyone wants instant gratitude and instant gratification and instant results. But it shows you not every quarterback is created equal. Shout out to McManus with the field goal. 7-3 Niners. Right. Well, every sports personality is going to have their favorites. You know what I mean? But a lot of them, even Pat, sometimes might be a little biased. It's really hard. I mean, think about all the people that you've ever seen on YouTube or Twitch or on TV besides me. Is there anyone else that that is genuinely not biased, that just shows love to whoever's great? If it's just greatness, I don't give a shit about, the name on the front, the jersey name on the front, Broncos, what's on the back. And if you're great, I'm going to support you. I don't know anyone else that's not biased. I mean, it's rare. You know what I mean? Think about it. Who else out there on TV and podcasts you can honestly say that is not biased? I mean, it's a very rare thing. I think that's why people fuck with me so much, because I'm not just doing it to gain fans. I'm just doing it because that's who I am. And I'm just being honest. I like greatness, whether it's Jordan or Kobe or Brady or Manning or Montana or Rice or Barry Sanders or Dion or Lawrence Taylor or Ronnie Lott. It doesn't fucking matter. If you're great, you're great. Like Warner and Bosa. I'm supposed to hate on that when they're great. And Debo, fuck no. I'm going to give them the praise and love, But again, that's just how a lot of people are. There's a lot of people that are just fucking negative all the fucking time. And, they let that bleed into their fandom, and the way they treat people. If you're an asshole, you're probably going to be an asshole fan. That's facts. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, but it's all for ratings. It's fake. It's fake. The producers are saying, hey, just be crazy about Cowboys, Skip, even if you don't believe it. It's all for ratings and clickbait. I mean, some people can recognize that and some people can't, but Skip is always going to be that crazy one. And Shannon is the one that's, hey, I'm real. This is the truth. And it's just for arguing's sake. It's fake, fake, fake. And it's like watching The Bachelor, The Bachelorette. If you can't recognize that Skip doesn't actually believe the Cowboys are going to go to the Super Bowl every year, if you actually watch him and read the stuff that he does and watch his other things, like a lot of the stuff is management, the producers, so they can get ratings. Because if him and Shannon agreed, do you think they're going to get the same kind of ratings on Undisputed? Fuck no. But it's just too fake for me. I like Shannon a lot, and Skip Bayless is better than Stephen A. You know what I mean? But I don't like that predetermined fake bullshit for clicks and for ratings. It's annoying. It's old. Or you can be like Stephen A. and scream, and just because you're loud doesn't mean you're correct. Motherfucker's an idiot. So.
There were 2 fouls on the play, both by the offense. Illegal shift, number 3, is penalty decline. Holding, number 74, is
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone can love their team and love their players, but sometimes it's just like having empathy and sympathy for someone else. It's like, people that share other people's posts, people that want other people to win instead of being a hater and seeing me as a threat or competition, just like supporting each other is what it should be. But a lot of times there's ego, selfishness, people that are afraid of someone's a threat. It's like you can be a good person and support other people other than yourself. It's okay to support other people and hope that they win, but a lot of times people are just into themselves and only want to win for themselves. I just love greatness. If you're willing to, put in the hard work and you're able to see greatness, on the football field, no, I don't give a shit if, the Saints or the Panthers or the Falcons, like, it don't matter to me. It could be the number one rival to Tampa. But if they got a player that I really like Terrell or Kyle Pitts or the CMC, or Alvin Kamara or Demario Davis, I'm not going to go out of my way and talk shit about them and look like a fucking idiot, and not acknowledge when they're making good plays and they're actually good players. You just seem ignorant and an idiot when you do that. And there's a lot of those assholes and idiots that are out there already. I don't want to be another one of them. So 7-3 Niners. Jimmy going deep. Incomplete. And like I said, the internet, a lot of the people are fake. People on YouTube, people on Twitch, people on TV, people on podcasts. A lot of stuff is predetermined for ratings and clickbait. It's not real. But they think it's real. Oh, did you see what Skip said? You know what I mean? And then they are on Twitter, fucking yelling at them and commenting. That's exactly what they want. 3rd down and 9. You just have to be smart enough to read between the lines. Some people can read between the lines and some people can't. It's either, you have empathy, sympathy, you're an empath and you can read people, or you can't. And you just believe everything you see on TV or on YouTube or Twitch or a podcast. No, they said it, so it must be real. It's on the internet. It must be real. A lot of fakes out there. Couple yards short of the first down marker. 7-3 Niners. Yeah, seriously, like Godwin's great. Just like Michael Thomas. Maybe I prefer Mike Evans and Godwin, but Deebo Samuel's down. Hopefully he's okay. Shit. Yeah, but there's a lot of players. I like Cameron Jordan. Right? I like Lattimore, even though he fights with Evans. I like Demario Davis. I like AK-41. There's a lot of guys. Taysom Hill is cool. I like Ryan Ramczyk. Just because you're the rival, I'm just supposed to fucking piss and hate on everything. I mean, like I said, I had to leave the Buccaneer group that I was a part because you get these guys that they just think it's just so funny all the time just to rip on the Saints and the Panthers and the Falcons and anybody that supports anybody but the Buccaneers. These are like the most toxic Buccaneer fans. I can't be a part of that. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just be like them? Yeah, fuck everybody. No, I'm not going to be like them. So I had to leave them. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to be a part of a group that just talks shit all day. It's toxic. That type of behavior rubs off on you in a negative way. So, especially I feel bad for Brute Saint and his Saints fan base. That might be the most toxic fan base in the NFL. And it's not even necessarily always towards the opponents or fans like me of another team like the Bucks. It's like towards each other. They want to fight each other. They want to talk shit to each other. Like, I've been in there. I've seen the Instagram, fan pages and the Facebook and the Twitter. And these motherfuckers, they're all supporting the same team, but you wouldn't know it in the chat. They want to fucking KO each other like World Star. So I don't know. I'm just glad that, most of the Buck fans are, decent, but there definitely is some bad ones. Over the top bias, and I'm not going to put up with that shit. So, oh yeah, it's fake. For a guy that never is right, like a weatherman or a weatherwoman, and they're paying him $8 million, $10 million a year just to be wrong all the time. Like, I don't even know who watches that shit. Like, I think, maybe you're gearing it towards young kids, but I know a lot of people that are 30 and up. We don't watch that shit no more. I don't watch SportsCenter. I haven't watched SportsCenter in 15 years, so. Right. Exactly. You don't say shit like that. Right. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like people that are so ignorant, but also too, you got to think of the things that the Saints fans have said to Buck fans. Saints fans have said to Panthers. Saints fans have said to Falcons. Saints fans have said to Saints fans. So let's know, Buck fans can be bad, but the Saints fan base is the most toxic in the NFL. I think we can come to an agreement, Brute Saint. There's a lot of bad ones in that fan base. Eagles fan base is a little bit better now since they're winning. And everyone, Cowboy fan base gets a bad rap. They just passionate. Some of their fans are stupid, or maybe they're just gullible, thinking that they're going to be a Super Bowl team every year when they're not, and they just want to win, but, and then obviously Patriots got hated on for the cheating. There's a reason for that with Belichick, right? And obviously them being so good for 20 years, that had something to do with it too. Jealousy and envy, but it's not like the Cowboys have won anything. Last time they won something was in 95. So. Yeah, I hope he's okay too. Yeah, agreed. But I mean, if we're talking about this, going over the top, being rude and being an asshole, I mean, I've seen a lot of conversations and a lot of people. There's not a lot of people want to, interact with Saints fans on Twitter and Instagram. I mean, even some Saints and fans themselves don't even want to interact with other fans. You know what I mean? But I do honestly, genuinely hope that the Saints can turn the season around. I want both the Bucks and the Saints in the playoffs. And you won't hear another Buck fan say that. That's just the truth. I don't have to be like everyone else.
I don't see it clear and obvious that he hit the line. He may have, but there's not a shot yet that tells me it has. Conclusively.
Yeah, Terry, sensational play by the 49ers special teams.
You're a lifer. 7-3 Niners, challenge flag out.
The play, like you talked about, relative to the basketball, keeping it alive. Samuel Womack, the rookie, went in there to go do that.
Denver is challenging the ruling on the field that the play was not a touchdown.
It's a great work by Brian Schneider, special teams for San Francisco. Will it pin Denver back to the one? We'll go back and examine all of these replays a bit more closely.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google Tensor chip, so your camera can see in the dark with night sight, fix your photos with Magic Eraser, photograph all skin tones accurately with Real Tone, and last up to 72 hours with Extreme Battery Saver. It's all you want in a phone. Google Pixel 6a. Switch it up and get the all-new Google Pixel 6a.
Hey, sweetie, I'm not seeing the life jackets.
Well, you said you packed them.
No, you packed them.
No, you packed them. You said I won't forget to pack the life
Pack
jackets.
the life jacket. I'm sorry, I have to challenge that.
Well, you do have one left, so.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
You know, my favorite part was when you said, obviously, I won't forget to bring the life jackets.
First ever Corolla Cross. Toyota. Let's go places.
I think Saints fans that aren't on the internet, those are usually the nice ones, or the ones that actually, have a brain and they're a little bit more not as biased. They can have like tremendous passion for the team. But I think like a lot of the Saints fans that are active on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, those are the ones that sometimes get the bad rap. And sometimes those are the ones that are crazy. So delusional ones are more common than others. Yeah. Right. Just they're used to winning every year. So they just think every year is going to be. Yeah. No, I hear you.
when it initially hit. And Terry, just because the tip of that ball isn't touching the line itself, that means it's still available to be brought back by the kicking team.
Absolutely, Mike. It has to touch the ground beyond the goal line, on the line, for it to be a touchback. And there's nothing clear and obvious to change this one anywhere that I've seen.
But if it were a touchdown, the ball crossing the plane of the line would be enough, but not here.
Rolling on the field, stands as tall.
Chris, it's a great point because the tip of the ball broke the plate.
They have all those kind of rules.
Yeah, exactly.
7-3 Niners.
One way or the other here. But that's the reason, that's how they get these TV jobs.
For a touchdown,
Because there's complications.
for a touchdown, it's in player possession. You know, that's all it's got to do is break the plane. It's a loose ball. It's got to touch something.
Have you ever been to the referees meetings that they have?
You know, I like these guys.
They're beautiful.
These guys are saviors for us.
They argue over stuff like that all the time. It's so much fun.
That's a well-coached, terrifically planned out special teams unit of coverage. They did that ideally. They all knew what they were doing. They all deserved the shout out. Broncos have 99 yards to go. And they'll get a couple of them here with Javonte Williams running hard off the goal line to the 7-yard line. We got a pair of backs. Javonte Williams, their second year, second-round pick out of North Carolina, the veteran Melvin Gordon. And Chris, their numbers were almost exactly the same last year.
Yeah, Javonte Williams is really special. Melvin Gordon as well. But I think Javonte is sort of the fan favorite around here, justifiably so. Over 1,200 yards from scrimmage.
Talking to Cyber right now.
Receiver as well.
Talking about the unfortunate situation earlier today. Looks like there's quite a few people that are unsubbing, not too pleased with the situation today. Not necessarily to my channel. You know, it pays to keep your word. You know, if you don't keep your word, you know, that's a big thing. 7-3 Niners. Let's see if Russell Wilson can get this going.
We saw that Montreal Washington, number 12, had an impact in the kicking game.
Yeah, no kidding. Collinsworth is annoying.
Make the jet sweep and open up a hole in there for Javonte Williams to run. This Montreal Washington, he's still learning the offense, but he is really electric when he's on the field.
7-3 Niners. Second down and 6, halfback toss. Javonte. Nice gain.
We talked about Ufanga and what a great job he's been doing. But Tayshaun Gibson on the back end is that veteran who I think is sort of helping Ufanga just go play crazy, right? Just go out there, let's attack. You go do your thing, and I'll make sure we cover the rest of it. You mean like Brian Clark used to do for Colorado? You're right. Just keep me honest, I got you. By the way, we get
Third down and 3. Shotgun set. Go, Wilson. There we go. First down, Broncos. Move the chains. Got to get involved.
A week ago that really opened up this offense. Another big play.
Go, baby. Go, Javonte. First down, Broncos.
What you have to be able to do is double team these guys back into the linebackers. And if you can do that, see how they locked up Fred Warner there, their middle linebacker? Not only did they get the double team, that they got the push
Wow, Williams again. Nice run.
San Francisco defense being run on by the Broncos on this drive. That's 9 yards out to midfield now.
All right, Mike, they have their attention now. Now they're dropping a safety down in here as well. So what you're getting is man-to-man coverage on the outside. So now Russell Wilson may look out there and go, okay, now if I want to try something with Judy, with Sutton to take a shot down the field, a better opportunity because they're having to bring a safety down to help in the run game.
Russell steps up. Oh, what a little flip right there. Go, go, go. That was a good improv play. First down, Broncos. That was close. Melvin Gordon.
That's what you want. You want the magic of Russell Wilson to be a complementary part of this offense.
The ad-lib, which is a little bit of what made Russell Wilson a 9-time Pro Bowler in his 10 years in Seattle. And you see, there was part of the body straddling midfield, which was the line of scrimmage, and it is not an illegal forward pass. It is a gain of 22. It's a medical timeout as Aziz Al-Shire comes off the field for San Francisco.
Yeah, and this is one of the rare times that we've seen the Denver Broncos putting something together. There's a sequence, and you really don't get an idea of what anybody is like as a play caller until you can see them put a drive like this together.
This drive started at the 1. It's now at the San Francisco 28.
Yeah, man, coverage on the outside.
All right, Broncos finally moving the fucking ball. Russ. Oh, big hit. Boom. Whoa. Okay. Hufanga. Defense. My goodness. Hufanga.
You would think somebody would account for him in one of these games, but they don't. But he really times it out, and it does remind you of Polamalu.
Yeah, Polamalu is training him.
To get to the point where he would time out and jump over the pile and make plays on 4th and 1. He has a little bit of that magic as well.
Loss of 6.
Talanoa Hufanga. Oh. Yeah, the wide receivers and Russ are not on the same page. It's like, are they even trying for Russ? It's like they're almost not even trying out there, it feels like to me. It's like, fucking hey, dude.
He had just run through the ball. I think his body would have protected him there.
Hufanga. I had to throw up a photo of Hufanga. Shotgun set, 3rd down and 16. Blitz. Sit down. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. My goodness.
See the blitz look. And for Russell Wilson, I think that it was 3rd and long. He had to recognize that and just get rid of the football so they could put 3 points on the board.
Field goal attempt from here would have been 59 yards. They choose to punt it with Waitman. Denver tries to get it, and they'll get it at the 2-yard line. But to their special teams, as Waitman's able to pin a beat. 2:27 left. Chance to remind you that Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. 5-Man MGM, the king of sports books. Please gamble responsibly. And by Capital One. What's in your wallet? 3 Super Bowl wins for the Broncos. We keep people as part of it. For the Bowlen family had the ownership for so many years, and those 3 Super Bowls. And this is the new ownership group, the Walton Penner family group. Rob Walton of Walmart Air, Rick Kenner, the CEO. Greg's by Carey. See Greg with Carey in a shot there. The Broncos purchased for $4.6 billion a global record for a pro sports franchise. And folks, the first down carry. The game's about 4. We got to meet with the new ownership group a little bit on Friday. They're so excited to be a part of this amazing loyal fan base.
They are, and I think that the Denver Broncos fans are happy to have resolution, aren't you?
Yes.
Just kind of, let's get that, let's move on. They've got a great
7-3 Niners.
What are you doing best?
This game's kind of like the Packer and Buck game, kind of stuck in mud a little bit. Not a whole lot going down. Except the crazy thing is that the Broncos actually have receivers that can catch the football, but this season they haven't been very good. Either the Russell Wilson throws have been shitty or the receivers have been dropping. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with that thin air there in Denver. I know Peyton Manning and John Elway can handle it, but I don't know about Russ. He's not looking very good.
Football starts with Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. What once seemed like a runaway game for the Raiders turned into an ultimate comeback for the Cardinals. From scoreless in the first half to tied up in overtime, linebacker Isaiah Simmons knocked the ball from receiver Hunter Renfrow. Quarterback Byron Murphy recovered it and ran away with the win for the Cardinals. For more great NFL moments, go to BudLight.com/NFL.
So you've taken up running. Apple Watch has taken up a few new things as well. First, it tracked your distance. Now, it tracks your stride length. It knows a breaststroke from a backstroke. It checks for temperature changes to estimate when you ovulated. When you're dreaming.
P1 Kev with a $10 dono. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that tremendously. P1 Kev. That was about 17 minutes ago. I apologize. I just noticed.
Life's too short for bad TV. Unless you're a vampire. Isn't that the whole immortal thing?
Thank you, P1 Kev. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. P1 Kev showing the love. Appreciate you, brother. Okay, good. I didn't know if you were still in here. Sometimes, I got 10 people talking to me at once. And sometimes, when even Holly Hundo sometimes will come in and she'll donate to me and I won't even notice until an hour later, And it's not like I'm drinking alcohol or booze anymore. I will take gummies, but I haven't taken any today. Maybe after the game is over or once we get further along. But I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you so much for your support to the channel and showing that love. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. 7-3 Niners. 2 minutes left in the second quarter. Let's see if the Niners can get in field goal position. Debo. Good defense by Denver. I don't think anyone really expected anything. You know what I mean? It's just kind of the flow of the game. You thought maybe Allen the Lizard Lazard would probably do something, but it's all about the hot hand at the right time. And it's not like each team scored 30. So a lot of just, running in mud and back and forth, a couple first downs here. And most of the stuff was in the first half. So yeah, I definitely need to check out the injury report and go back and watch a lot of the games. I need to go back and watch the Duck game from yesterday. I have it recorded. And then a lot of this NFL action too. It's going to be a late night tonight for me. 7-3. 3rd down and 4 for Jimmy. Shotgun set. Must be nice having the best left tackle in the league in Trent Williams. Flag on the play. Holding, that's coming back. Yeah, I mean, something in the water. Sometimes that happens. sometimes you'll play a certain team and, it's like when I play Washington State, I already know it's going to be a battle. We could be, 5-0 and they could be 0-5. But when we go to Pullman, when we go to their house, I already assume we're going to lose or it's going to be a really tough game that we're going to have to climb out. Like shit, we should have lost yesterday and we made up 22 points in 2 minutes and 48 seconds and won the game at the end. Like who the hell scores 22 points in the last 3 minutes and wins? I guess the Ducks did, but that's not common. That's like 1 in a billion, And that's what happens sometimes. That is a weird stat. Good one, too. All right, Jimmy. Screen. Oh, pass is high. Good defense by the Broncos. Yeah, that was crazy. Kicked it right up his ass. Got to make sure you have room when you're punting out of your own end zone in that Dolphin Bill game. Oh, nice hit.
This year and next, and another fifth rounder in 2022. So a lot went out, and a lot went out in terms of the checkbook as well, to sign Russell in the hopes that number 11 will be the right one since Peyton Manning in 2016, finding the right starting quarterback to bring the Broncos back to the playoffs.
And it's going to get there eventually. It hasn't gotten there again tonight. So Denver's sitting there with 3 points on the board. Russell Wilson made a mistake on the last one. Take this out.
Russ? Dude, only thing Russ can do is like fucking throw screens. Like that's all he can do. Like anything that's a slant or a post or anything. Everything looks just fucking off. Something's up with Russ. I know it's like a different type of playbook and everything, but it's like, have we even seen Russ like throw deep this season? I haven't seen him run at all. Not going deep. I know the offensive line is a work in progress, but it's not as bad as the Raiders. Another drop pass. I don't know. It just seems like the effort. I don't know if they've turned on Russell or they've turned on Hackett, but I don't really see the body language and the effort out of the Broncos. Yeah, maybe that's what, maybe Brady needs to go data witch also, so that way he can get dubs. I think Denver can be a good fit for Russell. They just need more time to build chemistry. They need better offensive linemen, and they need a better defense. Like if Von Miller was still there, and you need Justin Simmons healthy, Patrick Surtain, Bradley Chubb, you need more defense, more offensive line. Because if you have more, protection, you can run better, and then that's going to open up the play action and run the bootleg. I don't know. It's, there's a disconnect between Hackett and obviously Russ. And I want to see Russ run. And I'm not sure if Hackett's telling him, no, I'll bench you if you run. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm not seeing Russell being really himself. It's rough to watch these first 3 weeks. Because I thought for sure Denver within the first 3 years could make maybe an AFC championship game. But based on what we've seen the first 3 weeks, there's a run. Finally, Russell, but it's a flag, probably coming back due to a hold, idiot. But this doesn't look like a team that can even get to 10 wins, let alone the playoffs. Yeah, bring it back. Come on, Denver. Come on, Garrett Bowles. You're actually a pretty good player. And they have been addressing the offensive line, but You need more. You need more offensive line and a hell of a lot more defense because you don't fucking got it. Same thing with the Raiders. O-line and defense, bad. Come on, Russ. This is embarrassing. I got my boy Justin is my best friend, one of my best friends, and he's a big Bronco fan. There we go. But obviously short. I don't know. Someone would have to look that up. I mean, Geno's looked pretty good. Win, lose, or draw, Geno is impressed. For the Seahawks, he showed that he's got a good zip on the football, better than we anticipated. Sometimes that happens when you watch someone that's not a big name, and then they kind of surprise you. Yeah, but also maybe Hackett's not the right coach, because obviously with that brain fart when they didn't call timeout in that last minute, that's on Hackett. And I thought Hackett could be like a Kevin O'Connell, and I'm seeing Kevin O'Connell, work in his Rams playbook and help, Cousins, even though Jefferson's numbers were an ass, obviously for, fantasy today. But Nathaniel Hackett, he might just be an OC. He might be fired. You know what I mean? Like he might not be able to be a head coach. Being a head coach and an OC is completely different. So. Well, we need to check on Ken Dorsey to make sure he hasn't had a mental breakdown after the clock ran out and he fucking threw everything. You want to talk about Brady having a meltdown and, tossing the tablet and breaking it. Go watch the Ken Dorsey footage when they lost to the Dolphins and the time ran out. That's comedy. That's facts. I'm going to go check up on Paisley real quick. I know. Jefferson had 4 points for me too, man. It hurt.
I moved back in to get ahead. Then my family couldn't understand why I wouldn't take the first job that came along. Trust me, I'm going back to my life as soon as possible, but I'm not going to settle. I know what I'm doing.
I've been telling everyone, the secret to great teeth is having healthy gums. Crest Advanced Gum Restore detoxifies below the gum line and restores by helping heal gums in as little as 7 days. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Prepare yourself to nobody. The kid in the mirror. The one who goes all in, all out, and has the crazy confidence to know that who you are today is just a piece of who you'll find to become.
Monday, change the past one leap at a time. Don't miss the new hit series, Quantum Leap, tomorrow, 10/9 Central on NBC. Of course, it streams the next day on Peacock. Back here in Denver, Mike Shanahan had so much success, and Kyle Shanahan gets to visit. Nathaniel Hackett's now the head coach of the Broncos, and his dad Paul is around on weekends, watching the grandkids and checking in. It's got to be a great night for Paul and Mike to watch their sons go head-to-head, these second-generation head coaches on Sunday Night Football. Garoppolo from the 11 passes incomplete. Brandon Ayuk and pause and come back to Holiday.
It's a good read, though, by Garoppolo. He saw what was going on. Green Jackson was sitting there in that work position in the middle of the field. So he knew if he let him in there, it might get picked. A veteran play by a veteran quarterback. It didn't work, but it didn't end up an interception either.
Good defense, timely moments, good special teams have forced a lot of long fields for these offenses. San Francisco's third straight drive starting inside their own 20. 5 of their 7 drives started.
All right, I'm back. Jimmy? It's bad when Jimmy looks more fluid throwing the football than Russ, you know. And I don't think I'm willing to say that Russ is completely washed and he doesn't have anything left, but it's not looking too good for Russell Wilson. Oh, another injury for the Broncos. That's not good.
Baron Browning, third-round pick out of Ohio State. The athletic training staff out to look at him.
And he's a good one. They really think that he could be a special guy. He's been playing a lot of inside linebacker. They've been moving him out to the edge.
Yeah, well, when your offensive line and defense are bad, I mean, you know.
This is a concern.
It's the athletic training staff.
Dollar Bill, who's that? Bill Belichick? No, he'll retire a Patriot, if that's what you're talking about.
The injury carries the automatic timeout before Denver switched their last. All right, so I lose the.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Renfro's been hurt. Jacobs hasn't been used effectively. He's on the way out, right? The offensive line stinks besides Colton Miller. Leatherwood's gone, but it doesn't matter. You know, it's McDaniels is an upgrade, you know, but the thing is, if the defense has Chandler Jones and Max Crosby, and that's it, 2 guys out of 11 can't win you a game. And 1 lineman that's considered good out of 5, that's not good either. You know, so I know you got Carr and Waller and Renfro and Adams, but if you don't have time, you know, to go through your progressions and mix the playbook up and have a balanced offense, even with those big names, it's not going to matter. I mean, remember in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs and the Bucks? They had Mahomes, number 1 quarterback, Tyreek, number 2 receiver with Devontae, number 1 tight end, Kelsey, and they couldn't even put up a touchdown in the Super Bowl. That's wild because of the defense. I mean, defense wins games and championships. Even if you have number one quarterback, number 1 wide receiver, number 1 tight end, or if you want to call Tyreek number 2, but for impact wise, a lot of times he was just as impactful as Devontae, sometimes more. 7-3 Niners, 3rd and 7. Debo. Right. Well, injuries to Justin Herbert. Denver getting exposed with O-line and defense issues. Raiders getting exposed. O-line and defense. Really the only one that is what we thought they were is the Kansas City Chiefs. And even though they lost today, I still think that this is the best team in the AFC besides the Bills. I still think that, you know, you could probably get Chiefs and Bills again. You know, you're going to have games where you play like shit. You're going to have games where you don't play well. But I still have confidence in the Chiefs that if it's not the Bills in the Super Bowl, Chiefs have a fucking chance to get there. And I like their team. But Butker needs to come back healthy or they're not going to make it there. Injuries. You know what it is. All right, message my Bronco buddy. Hopefully he's okay. Right, but also, Mitchell Schwartz and, Eric Fisher. If you guys would have had them, you definitely would have been able to put up, points. And that's why you guys weren't able to repeat. But the same thing happened to me. You know what I mean? So I know what it's like. I didn't have Ryan Jensen and Tristan Wirfs against the Rams and Aaron Donald, and we got our ass kicked. Even though we were down 27-3, we caught up to 27-27. So if we would have had AB, or if we would have had, Ryan Jensen or Tristan Wirfs, maybe we would have won the Super Bowl. But when you have your offensive line get banged up, you're usually not going to be the same team. And the Rams this year, they don't look like the same team from the previous 2 years. They don't look the same, especially from last year with Stafford, So when you have Andrew Whitworth retire and they're moving pieces around, O-line is everything, especially when it comes to AFC Championship game, NFC Championship game, and Super Bowl. So. Oh, yeah. What's the best rivalry in football right now? Because, you don't know who's going to win, and it's going to go down to the wire. It's an awesome matchup. All right, I'm going to message my buddy here, see if he's still breathing.
Shop, save, and win. This Tuesday only at Weimar. Our latest member-exclusive savings book is on its way to members' mailboxes now, with the savings starting Tuesday.
It's a Denver O-line and defense are not good.
Full of our best savings. And don't forget to see if you're a winner on Lucky
So it's probably going to take 3 to 5 years to build this team. I mean, there's way too much competition, in the AFC, unless you just pray that everyone gets hurt and then you are able to, do some magic. But this team, Denver, it looks like they need 3 good, solid drafts and free agents. And even that being said, that might not even be good enough to get to a Super Bowl or an AFC championship game. I mean, I could name quite a few teams that look better than Denver so far. So.
Every Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance. Visit your local Toyota dealer to learn more. Reserve yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When a forest burns, temperatures can reach over 1,000 degrees, and it can take out everything in its path. Families used to live right here until wildfires destroyed.
Said Russ is playing like he's 80. What the hell's going on out there?
Then overgrown public lands, get new equipment for firefighters, and more money to help towns rebuild. I approve this message because it is high time to get these fires under control.
Life gets better when you bring from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today to learn more about the 2022 Tiguan, starting at $26,490.
Hello Rose City, starting September 26th at 11 a.m.
To the Toyota halftime. Let's go places.
The first and the only touchdown we saw in the first half. Jimmy G to Brandon Ayuk put San Francisco up 7-3 on the road.
Yeah, no George Kittle. Maybe we'll see some of him. That's why football's crazy. You never know if it's going to be high scoring or low scoring. Yeah, Rich Bashasha. Yeah, defense isn't bad, but I mean, I'm used to seeing Denver, fly around a little bit, and this don't look like no-fly zone. They don't really have the same kind of personnel. Plus, they don't have certain players playing either. Yeah, some guys can be head coach, some guys can't. But sometimes, you want to give a guy a few years to get his guys, like a college coach. But sometimes you don't have that timetable. Sometimes you don't win within the first couple of seasons. You're gone, no matter what. And especially if you inherit a shitty team, what do you expect? Like if the team has a booty-ass defense and a booty-ass O-line, like the Raiders, did you think just Josh McDaniels coming in is just going to turn it around? Magically, Alex Leatherwood is going to turn into a Pro Bowl lineman? Fuck no. Sometimes you inherit garbage, and you got to throw the garbage out and get some of your guys. I mean, not every situation is going to be peaches and cream, like Stafford going to the Rams or Brady coming to the Bucks. That's just a special scenario. So, yeah, you missed on that Philly D. Did you leave any other points on the bench?
Now you score a touchdown, you need a 2-point conversion. They know all along that they need to, and they just don't give themselves enough time to execute this. We'll see the play clock here. It's going to get down to 9.
Yeah, and the Mariners blew a 9-run lead. That's great. So we might not even make the playoffs now. Julio's hurt. Suarez is hurt. Now we're playing like shit at the end.
It's down to 2 seconds left. Fournette gets the shifts back. The clap of the hands. Snap the ball, but it's down to 0-0. They just did not let themselves have enough time. Todd Bowles, when I was down there for the first game of the year, he told me details are going to be important. They weren't on the details.
Yeah, Jags. I mean, there's always going to be great football storylines, but it's always nice when you get bad teams that get better. It's like Lions, Jags, Jets. I will always root for those type of teams. So that way they're not bottom feeders anymore. I used to be there. I was there from, 2008 to 2019. For 12 years, the Bucks were laughing stock, garbage team. So hopefully Hopefully some of these teams can turn it around, and some of them are already turning it around this season, maybe even a year early. Yeah, that Evans suspension was bullshit. That could have been a much different game if Evans was playing. I know all kinds of injuries today too. Mac Jones and everybody else.
X-rays were negative, but there's clearly something wrong. He was carried to the locker room after the contest in obvious agony. If he misses time, the backup is veteran Brian Hoyer. They also have Ricky Bailey Zappi on the roster. And in Miami,
Yeah. Well, the Patriots didn't do shit for draft picks, or even in free agency.
So how did he stay in the game? We all assumed there was a head injury. Even his head coach assumed it was a head injury. They determined that there was a back injury.
They said it was a back injury. So Tua probably should have never even came back into the game. But they're going to investigate that. But they don't give a shit. They won the game. They beat the Bills. You know what I mean? Well, even though I got only 4 points with Jefferson and 4 from Aguilar, I made the right choice putting in Cousins over Herbert and Wentz. And Wilson's only got 5.5. Buffalo D had 6. I left points with Josh Jacobs. I could have probably put him in, but I thought Aguilar was going to get points with no Jacoby Myers, but I was wrong. Sometimes you can't predict, but everyone had a tough day. Burrow, 23, Cousins, 18. Lamar had a good day, 39. Rodgers, 16. Stafford, 10. Russell Wilson's at fucking 4. Josh Allen was pretty good with Hurts, 26 and 27. So Hurts and Allen and Lamar in fantasy, that's about it. Kyler, 13. Mahomes, 17. So a lot of these players, even Burrow did okay, 23. Fantasy is tough. Oh, you had Olave. Oh, no. If you would have had Olave, you would have won. What up, Birdman? You still doubting Jalen Hurts? Are you still doubting Orion and NWSF and my evaluation of your team? Are you starting to believe now? Are you a Jalen Hurts believer, or are you not a believer anymore? Winning changes everything. But sometimes when you do the research and teams, maybe even sometimes better than, fans of the team like yourself. I told you, you guys are one of the best teams in the NFC. And, you got to hope that you don't have any injuries. And as long as you keep building this squad, you should be able to run the NFC East for a while. And you should be able to be a top 6 team in the NFC for a long time. You know what I mean? There's going to be off years with injuries. But, I mean, if you're already doing this, and then on top of that, you gain a couple more linemen, right? You get, some of those people, and then you're going to even be better and better. I mean, if you're already 3-0 and you're going to have all these draft picks next year, the year after that, it's just about hitting on those draft picks. More offensive linemen, more defense. And then, NFC championship game for the Eagles within the first 3 years. It's very possible. Shit, it might be this year. Based off the injuries with the Rams, the Saints, the Buccaneers, the Niners, the Packers. I mean, like everyone is kind of banged up but you. So keep riding high. And there are going to be some bad losses this year, but at least you can say, hey, I'm 3-0, and you look like one of the best teams in football. So congratulations on that. But I told you, for all the people that were doubting Jalen Hurts, I don't need to be a fan of a team, specifically to know talent, because I watch more tape than anyone. So I'm watching college tape, high school tape, pro tape, playoff tape, preseason tape, regular season tape. So I told you Jalen was the one.
They believe they are entitled to power, so they lie and distract and divide.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I already knew that whether we had it, either on the 1 or after that penalty, we weren't going to win. I even called it on the stream. I could tell the body language. We don't have anyone that can fucking catch. We were lucky enough to even get the tutty right there, Yeah, a lot of sack lunches, bro. A lot of sack. That's why I didn't start Wentz in fantasy. He had 27 points week 1 and week 2, but I knew against the Eagles, even on the road for the Eagles, I knew the Eagles were going to win. You can't even put EDP and Birdman in the same category. Right. But like I said, sometimes you can be a hardcore fan and be wrong. There's a lot of Eagles fans that are very critical, very unfair. And like I said, for a lot of us older people that are 40 and up, what I mean? We've watched a lot longer. Like, I'm 40, but I've started watching football at like 5. So I got 35 years. Some people have only been watching football for 5 or 10 years. And so they don't know what it's like, from the 70s or the 80s or the 90s. Shit takes time. It takes time to build. And if you don't have the right pieces in place, it's easy to criticize, but you just got to be patient. And most NFL fans aren't. They just want instant gratification and results. So, what up, Mia? Fly, Eagles, fly. Go, Eagles. Let me throw up a photo for you and Mia. Let me throw up a photo for you. Mia's Birdman's daughter.
Defenses in Denver, story of the first half, 7-3. 49ers on top, Broncos getting the ball. If you are fans of Corliss Waitman and Vince Wisnowski, this has been your night.
There you go, baby. You deserve it, man. I told you. And I picked them winning the division like a lot of other people did. But like I said, I usually am pretty spot on with most of my predictions. I'm not going to be right about everything. Like, obviously, this Denver, I did not assume that they would be this bad. I got this part wrong. I did not think Denver would be this shitty in the first 3 weeks. I didn't think they would be the best team in the NFL, but I definitely thought they would be moving the ball better, even if they were losing games. But it shows you sometimes the NFL is hard to predict, especially during the regular season. Shout out to your Eagles, bro. I'm a man. Even though I don't look 40, though. You know what I mean? People, even when I get carded all the time for everything. I mean, I don't drink booze anymore. I stopped drinking beer and hard alcohol. I'm like 11 days in, 12 days in. I'm just trying to better myself and lose weight. Since I got diabetes in the family with my dad, and my dad's mom died from it. And I've had quite a few people die in the family due to diabetes. So I'm just trying to walk Paisley 1 to 3 hours a day and just not eat fast food every day and not drink beer or liquor for a while and see how I feel and see how much weight I can, lose and see how my overall vibe is. So O-line, yeah. Yes, I totally agree. And like I said, you'll be getting more defensive help and more offensive line help. Wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends aren't really a priority or quarterback. It's just going to be offensive line, defense, special teams, maybe upgrading punters and kickers, stuff like that. What's that flag for? Right? Nick Bosa's like, what, me? Me? Me, he says? Yeah, and like I said, I feel like I'm a very good evaluator of talent, most of the time, just because I'm watching a lot of film. I read a lot of articles, and I go to the team websites, and I read the beat writers, and I follow, a lot of the inside information, and if you read a lot and you watch a lot of film, you can, find things that maybe other people are missing. I mean, I try to be an expert on all 32 teams. It's not easy. He said, "You're a man." But I don't look 40, though. Do you look 40 or 44, James? Or do you look older than your age or younger? Be honest. Because I've seen some people that, they say they're 30 and they look like they're 50 because they just drink too much. And you can tell their skin is all worn down. But hopefully you look like you're 25, even though you're 44. 7-3 Niners. Russ looks like some inexperienced, like college quarterback, like no rhythm in his throws. Like he just seems like injured or like some like scared rookie out there. It does not look like Russell Wilson. It's weird. I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's not Russell Wilson in Seattle at all. And I know you're getting pressure, everywhere, but where are the throws and where is the scrambling? Like, I know guys get a little bit older, but he's not looking good. Oh, that's good. You're like me then. Yeah, people think I'm usually late 20s, 30s, something. Late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s. But most people, some people even think I'm in my mid 20s. I'm like, no, I don't look like that. But thank you, though. 'Cause I don't look my age. P1 Kiev. Megan in the building. Went to Universal Studios today when Count Dracula came up behind me, tapped me on the shoulder, and I said, go 12s. There you go. Appreciate you. How are you doing today? Did you have a good day today? And I told you USC was going to win. That actually got good views. I got 1,100 views doing USC Oregon State last night. And that's why I have to just, NFL stuff there's so much competition. But if I can get NASCAR and I can do, college football, baseball, sometimes I can break through in there. So. Paisley's in the building. Thank you so much for your dono. $10 holla. I love you, Paisley. You can lay down. I'll come check on you. I love you. Eagle's like, I'm 50. I look 50. I think it might be. You know what I mean? Because something's off with him. The delivery doesn't look good. Maybe the thumb is fucked up and they're just not saying anything. But he doesn't look right. His throwing motion's not right. And the delivery, he just looks scared out there. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it doesn't look good. Someone cards you? Yeah. I get carded all the time, but I mean, I got good skin and I'm Japanese and European. So I have Czechoslovakian, French, German, a bunch of European mutt, and I'm 50% Japanese. So I got the good skin, obviously, from my mom. So bang, bang, bang. Count Dracula also told me he liked DK, was wearing my DK jersey, but he doesn't like fast food. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Thank you so much. Megan's already almost donated as much as we got in the first game between the Bucks and the Bucks and the Packers. Thank you so much. I knew we were going to have a better opportunity. It's like sometimes it's like I don't even know if it's worth it doing games in the morning and the afternoon. I mean, if I'm going to be spending 3 or 4 hours, you want to make sure that it's worth it. I mean, I'm not sure necessarily if I would have got more donations doing NASCAR, but probably more views, possibly more subs. But thank you so much, Megan. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was rough. I think we hit, what did we hit, Sarah? 25? That's embarrassing for me to grind for 4 hours and make 25. But again, it is what it is. Referees, these guys are scrapping. Oh my, Denver with the turnover. Yeah, Jesus. I mean, the lowest we've ever had was, with you and me, Sarah, was 14? But usually when we have something incredibly bad, we make up for it the next day. So the next day might be 250 or 350, or maybe later tonight, we'll get some more goats in here to kind of even out the day. So, and I don't need to be rich by any means, but if you're working for 3 or 4 hours, putting in all your heart and soul and then watching your team get their ass kicked, you need a little bit more love than 25. Oh, Jimmy. But I know we'll bounce back today with this stream, and we'll get a lot more tomorrow for Monday night. George Kittle, a non-factor today. Eagles, John with a 20. That almost matched exactly what we got in the first stream. My boy. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I mean, like I said, yeah, I mean, it was a tough game. No collab, no raid. Tough turnout. Stuff happens. You know what I mean? But I'm a fighter, and I'm going to keep going. And we definitely got people that support your boy. I appreciate you. Eagles, John, with a 20, my boy.
Once again, for Russell Wilson, it needs to either be a let's get it out of there, or he just doesn't.
Thank you, Eagles. Yeah. The Niners defense is too stout. I mean, both teams have good defenses, and it's just kind of going back in mud, kind of like the Packer Buck game. There's not a whole lot going on right now. $20 holla. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. And shout out to Megan as well. Bang, bang, bang. $10 there. And another $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Well, you had a feeling that the game might not be that exciting. I mean, it hasn't been the normal Russell Wilson. I mean, who are they going to blame more, Russell Wilson, or are they going to say Nathaniel Hackett? Like, what are they? I mean, at some point, people are either going to be like, all right, fuck Russell Wilson or fuck Hackett or both. So, even though it's the first year and it's 3 games in, people are impatient, especially when they have expectations of winning the Super Bowl year 1, which was obviously a mistake. Thank you. As a 12, it's the only time I will say, go Niners. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jags have looked good. Congratulations. I know team has been bad, for, a couple years, right? But also remember, you also are taking advantage of people that are injured. Colts didn't have anybody playing at wide receiver and tight end. You beat them 24-0. If Herbert's healthy, you don't win that game. So, I mean, I appreciate the Jags are winning and you're taking advantage of injuries. But if they're healthy, you don't win those 2 games. So keep that in mind too, before you start screaming out the window that the Jags are going to the Super Bowl, okay? But congratulations on top of that. I love when seeing bad teams play good. I feel bad for Herbert and the Chargers, though, because this was supposed to be like a Super Bowl year for them. Chiefs, Chargers, Bills. But if Herbert can't stay healthy, they have no chance of even tasting anything deep in the playoffs, unfortunately. So, Bronco fans have been booing every game. Yep. Yeah, dude, no one has patience in the world. Everyone wants that instant gratification. Everyone. I want to win. I want to win it all. Especially if you listen to idiots on TV and podcasts that don't know anything, and they're feeding you this information. Oh, they're on ESPN. They must be true. Oh, they're on NFL Network. They must know the truth. Oh, we're going to be Super Bowl winners. Well, then you start believing that shit and not doing your own research or watching the games yourself or, reading the articles. And then you get this false information and this false sense of greatness. And then you see what the Broncos are putting out, and it's depressing as shit. So.
iPhone 14 Pro on now. You should get one. Selfie time. Wow, you can hustle when you need to.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on us. And get it with one unlimited for iPhone only on the network.
Jags next game is Eagles. Now, if you can beat the Eagles, probably the best team so far this season, that for every single game that they played so far, if the Jags beat the Eagles, then maybe the Jags are going to the playoffs. I mean, sometimes you get worse to first, but for being the worst team in the NFL for 2 years in a row, the defense is definitely playing better, and Trevor's looking pretty good. but you are taking advantage of other teams that are beat up. But sometimes that's what it takes to elevate a team at the bottom to mid-level and maybe even a playoff berth. I mean, can you imagine if the Jags win the division? You know, Texans, Jags, Colts, Titans. I mean, there's not really one team that's like, oh my God, they're so good. Like anybody could come out of that division. I mean, there's a long season ahead of us, and there's a lot of injuries to be had. And it wouldn't shock me, any direction. Maybe the Texans winning it would be the most surprising. I mean, the Jags are showing life, but who knows? Maybe the Jags win the South. I mean, that's what makes football so great. You never know. Oh, safety. Idiot. My God, Jimmy. Chubb just throws it into the crowd. You just gave him 3 points, dude. Jimmy, what were you looking at? A hot blonde? What are you doing? Jesus. Well, it shows you if you're handsome, that doesn't mean that you can't get a safety. You might be a model and you might be handsome, but you got no spatial fucking awareness. Huh? What? Idiot. And then you got Chubb throwing the ball into the crowd.
Let's see what happened with Trent Williams.
That's going to get bit backwards here in a collision.
There you go right there. DJ Jones. So the safety gives you the unique score of 7-5, and Denver will get the ball, but the concern right now is Williams.
So,
The new iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
yep, the camera's incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Nice. But everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Okay, my work here is done. Everyone gets the best deal on every iPhone.
Best one yet.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone. Get the new iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Are you coming for my job?
Oh, Jimmy. How many times did I play this fucking commercial? I've literally listened to this commercial 45 times within the season already. It's like, can we space them out a little bit? I don't need to hear, oh, ah. I know you want to be with me. No more, oh, ah. Sick of this fucking commercial. Stupid. They're like, oh, this is going to be a great idea for a commercial.
Hey, sweetie, I'm not seeing life jackets.
Well, you said you packed them.
No, you packed them.
No, you packed them. You said I won't forget to pack the life jackets.
Pack the life jacket. I'm sorry, I have to challenge that.
Seriously, all over again.
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive.
I stepped out of bounds. Yeah, you did, idiot.
You know, my favorite part was when you said, obviously, I won't forget to bring the life jackets.
Viking Saints. Ooh. Oh no, Trent Williams, the best left tackle in the league. There goes Niners playoff hopes if he's out for the year. That's horrible about Trent. 7-5. What the fuck are we watching? Well, unless you're actually watching the games, you'll know. It's injuries. When they lost to the Jags, they didn't have Michael Pittman, Jelani Wood. They didn't have any of their receivers. So if you don't have anybody there, then you can stack 9 in the box. And even Jonathan Taylor didn't have a good game. You got to have balance. It's like anytime your offensive line or wide receivers and tight ends are thin or get hurt, you don't win. And obviously being 0-1-1, no wins, 1 loss, 1 tie, that was a trap game because the Chiefs came in there thinking they were going to easily win. And, that was like kind of the Colts Super Bowl. I need to win this game more than you. All right. We need to get our first win. We cannot be, 0-2-1 or 0-1-2. We can't have that. You know what I mean? And sometimes emotions play a part in how you're going to win a game. Who's going to bring it? That's facts. This game is ugly as shit. I mean, you have to watch the games. I mean, it's easy to be able to talk shit or have a comment or have a assumption, you know what I mean? But if you're not watching the game, you don't know. You have to watch the games. It's just, you can't just do it by name recognition. Oh, Colts. Oh, Chiefs. You know what I mean? There's reasoning behind it. Every game is different. And you also have to look at the flow of the game. Who got injured in the game? Were they making good play calls? Or, like you have to look at a bunch of factors. But if you don't have your best players out there and they know it, it's hard to win, even if it's the Jags that you're playing. And obviously, the Jags are better than we thought. Who would have thought the Jags would have started off like this, right? So. Oh, probably more than 28, bro. I mean, the score should have been much higher for both teams, I feel. But sometimes that's the way the ball bounces, the cookie crumbles. There we go. Finally, a Russell Wilson pass that was okay. Like, my God. And I don't know if they need to. I think also too, it's Nathaniel Hackett's fault for not catering to Russ. He's just trying to do his method that worked with Rodgers, but Rodgers and Wilson are different QBs. So if you're doing your Aaron Rodgers offense, it's not fucking working. Okay. Hopefully he's smart enough to realize that, because if he's stubborn, Russell Wilson won't be a success here. Or you'll have to wait till Hackett gets fired, and then they'll have someone else. But I'm not really, I think, to me, it looks like more play calling and coaching is the reason why Denver is not very good. Some of it has to do with Russell Wilson's mechanics and maybe his thumb is fucked up, but I don't think Hackett is putting in a position for Russell to win, and plus a lot of drop passes by their receivers. They could really use Tim Patrick right now. That was a big blow. Not Bosa offsides. Go deep. There you go. Nope. Right. And it's like when I played Washington State, I told my buddies, listen, if you think we're going to go to Washington State, even if they're 3-0 and we're 2-1 and we're ranked and they're not, that we're just going to mosey down to Pullman and we're just going to beat their ass like we beat BYU at home. No, I know the history. And if you watch games, sometimes, certain teams have your number. They've scouted you well. They coached you well. They can coach up and, get their players that play harder. And sometimes you just play a team and you fucking struggle, regardless of who the QB is or who the stars are on offense and defense. Sometimes it's like maybe mental. Like you're like, oh, hell, we're playing the Niners, and you're playing the whole history of Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. No, you're not. You're just playing the Niners with Jimmy G right now. But sometimes teams, they get kind of sucked into the fact of, oh, I'm playing the legacy of the team when you're not. And they get kind of psyched out, they just need to, worry about the game, but they're the legacy of the team. Sometimes I know that happened playing against the Patriots. A lot of teams were like, oh no, we got to play New England. And you let that whole aura of greatness and cheating, of Belichick and Brady psych a lot of teams out. You know, that's facts.
Their offensive line, they like the double teams, getting up to the next level, and it really sets you up for some play action passes.
Well, that's the difference. Hackett will never be a fucking Andy Reid. Andy Reid is a fucking sports god. I mean, he's one of the best ever. He'll never be in Hackett's. Hackett will never be there, you know? Also, when you have Andy Reid and Bieniemy, Hackett, I mean, it might have worked for some of their offensive schemes with Rodgers, but Rodgers is more naturally gifted with his arm, you know what I mean, than Russell Wilson. You know, Russell's a combination of I need a good run game, I need a good defense, right? I have to have wide receivers, right? And then obviously he's his legs to be able to do bootleg and everything. But ever since he got hurt, we haven't seen the old Russell Wilson yet. So I'm waiting for that. Kevin O'Connell has a better chance, you know, and like I said, I thought that Hackett and O'Connell could take their teams to the next level. But Hackett's failing and O'Connell is thriving. I just assumed that the offensive line would be better and the chemistry with Russ and the receivers would be better. But it's not. But I don't see a lot of effort from Denver's players. I don't really feel that they got Russ's back. Are you trying to catch every ball? Like Cortland Sutton and Hamler and Judy. And, you know, obviously they don't have Tim Patrick. Like, what am I getting out of you guys? I don't see like you guys are together as a team. It's like you're almost ready to, everyone's pointing the finger. Hackett, Russell, Hackett. Like no one wants to be like, yeah, it was my fault. Everyone, even the fan base, they're like, fire him. We need someone, you know, they want instant gratification because you lost to Seattle, which was embarrassing. And then you almost lost to the fucking Texans. And this is supposed to be a team that should be a 10-win team. Maybe not a 13-win team, but at the minimum, 10 wins, 10-7. And this does not look like a 10-7 team. This looks like a 7-10 team, right? Let's be honest. Does this look like a playoff team, the Denver Broncos? No. You can't even beat Seattle, and you almost lost to the Texans, and now you're playing a good team and the Niners at home, and I don't think you're going to win. And I got a lot of good friends that are Bronco fans, but, you know, you just want to make sure you're not a cocky Bronco fan. And luckily, my boy Justin, I have to tell him the truth. I can't lie to him, even though he's one of my best friends. I can't be like, yeah, you're going to go to the Super Bowl this year. I have to be real. I have to be honest with him. I'm like, bro, I watch every team play, and it's not looking too good. And I think he realizes it now, too, that it's going to take 3 to 5 years. And then hope that you have one good year and 3 to 5 years of building the O-line, hopefully getting another Von Miller, you know, and keep building and building another Justin Simmons, you know, another piece, another Patrick Surtain, you know, and then getting better offensive linemen, you know, and maybe getting some better wide receivers. You know, I mean, I don't think Cortland Sutton is necessarily elite, or KJ Hamler or Jerry Jeudy. They have talent, but they're underwhelming. Maybe a better tight end as well, you know. Texans defense has been better than expected. You know what I mean? Their team is playing better than we thought. Most people thought, the Texans are going to lose by 20 every game, and the Jags as well. And they've showed that the Texan defense at times plays okay, and the Jag defense at times looks awesome. You know, so that's what makes it like you can't just, you know, be like, oh, the Denver Broncos are going to be great because they're Denver Broncos. And you're thinking of Peyton Manning and John Elway. You know, you just assume since Russ and Hackett and like they were going to be able to figure it out. But sometimes teams don't figure it out the first year. Sometimes they don't figure it out the second year. But with the Denver Broncos, if that's the case, Nathaniel Hackett won't be here in 2 years if they don't make the playoffs this year or next year. He will be fired 100%. So I actually like Davis Mills. His rookie season, kick is up, no good. Jesus Christ, I could have kicked that kick. McManus. 7-5 is a baseball game. I mean, Jesus Christ, you can't even McManus is halfway decent, and he even can't make it. It's like everyone is just trying to get Russell or Hackett fired. Like, you know, no one gives a shit. I don't see a sense of urgency. You know what I mean? I don't see any of that. Right. Cortland Sutton is a good player, but he's only good when he gets into a rhythm. You know what I mean? When he has to get into a rhythm, and when you have guys, Tim Patrick, they miss him a lot. right? But when you got Hamler, he's a decent third option. Judy, lots of potential out of Bama. This is the best player, right? But it's supposed to be on wide receivers. And I'll tell you what, since the offensive line has been shitty, this guy was supposed to be the fantasy breakout player. And I didn't pick him because I didn't think it was going to happen. And I know everyone was like big on Javonte Williams. Oh, he'll be a top 10 running back. Maybe he'll be top 5. I didn't believe it. And obviously splitting carries with Melvin Gordon, but the running backs haven't been as good either. So not only are you piss poor here, this is not living up to the what we thought. This isn't either. Even though we don't have any expectations for Gordon, all the expectations for Williams, you're not doing nothing. You're not doing nothing. You're not doing nothing. Defense, I mean, every once in a while you'll make a play and you can do that celebration. But, I mean, you can kind of tell, even with the Jimmy G, I mean, you got Kyle Shanahan, you got John Lynch, you just got better talent pieces, on the team. You can just feel it. The Niners are more disciplined. They have more physical players. They are mentally tough. The Broncos are not. You can just feel it when a team is mentally tough, and they have that history. And like the Niners have a very, storied history as well as the Denver Broncos. But I'm looking at two different teams. I'm looking at one team that might win the NFC West, competing with the Rams, that could do some damage in the playoffs, even with no George Kittle, which is amazing because you got guys like Debo and make him puke Ayuk, and it's Kyle Shanahan. He's such a good coach that I think people take him for granted. Yeah, you might have lost, when you were the coach for, the Falcons with Matt Ryan, and you played Tom Brady. That's tough. Then, you ended up going there with Jimmy G, and you lost to Patrick Mahomes. It's hard to beat Brady and Mahomes in the Super Bowl. But one thing that you can never count out is that they're always going to bring effort. And that's one thing I can respect. Now here, I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing the body language and the effort. Do you have McManus in fantasy? Uh-oh. Do you have McManus in fantasy? He must. You're an Eagle fan, so that's the only reason you'd say that. 7-5 Niners. Like if Davis Mills was like on the Patriots, he could probably be decent, or another situation that would be ideal for him, He actually had good stats his rookie year. Oh, Wilson. And I can't take chances at the flex, even though I'm going to win. I have to stick to Josh Jacobs and Jeff Wilson. I have to. Even if it's a bad matchup, I have to stick with Jeff Wilson and Josh Jacobs. I mean, they're starting running backs. Every once in a while, I'll go for a receiver, maybe even one on the wire, and I'll take a chance, on what I think might happen. But it's all about flow of the game. And even though I only got 4 points out of Aguilar and I only got 4 points out of Jefferson, it still looks like I'm going to win. I'm going to be 3-0 more than likely. I got Saquon and Dallas D tomorrow, so should be all right with me. Exactly. Coaching is everything. That's why I like O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. I'm a linebacker guy and a safety guy first, and then O-line. You know what I mean? Like I appreciate kickers, punters. Offensive lineman is the one I appreciate the most. And obviously having Holly a part of the channel has opened my eyes to more special teams kicker and punter love. When you have someone that loves that position, Jimmy, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. But I always will, see the game differently. Most people see the game from the offense. I see the game from an offensive lineman perspective, not a quarterback perspective or a running back or wide receiver or tight end. I don't just look where the ball is at. I'm always paying attention to off the ball, offensive line, and as well as the defense. You can learn a lot by watching the game a different way. I know I need to take a quick peek. 7-5 baseball score. Jimmy. Bad pass. 3rd and 18. And like I said, you can see how it's a rhythm. You need to get consecutive first downs. And even though you got great players, getting 1 first down and then maybe another one and then punting and then maybe go 3 and out and then maybe getting 1 or 2 first downs and then punting. You need to be able to get like 8 in a row. You know what I mean? And have like a good sustainable drive. But both of these defenses are preventing that from happening. It's hard to get into a rhythm by just getting 1 touchdown drive in a game. It's ugly. And that's another reason why I didn't pick George Kittle in fantasy either or run CMC. I stayed away from a lot of the injury-prone guys. The only one I took a chance on is Saquon, and that worked out for me because right now he's playing like a top 2 running back with him and Nick Chubb. So
significant staff overhaul in San Francisco. Mike McDaniel with the undefeated Miami Dolphins, so some assistant coaches move around along the way. And Grease was wearing a headset.
and the sad thing is with Denver, right? You don't even think that they can score. Like you got Russell Wilson and all these pieces, but it shows you if the coaching is fucked up, offensive line stinks, even though it doesn't, and the defense, even though it's 7-5, you're not getting to the quarterback enough. You're not getting to Jimmy enough. But Russell looks like he's hurt. And that Nathaniel Hackett's play calling is garbage. Picked. Oh, my. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a team with this much talent play so shitty like this. You know what I mean? Like, this is the worst that I've ever seen a Hall of Fame QB go to a new team that actually has weapons on both sides of the ball, but looks like absolute dog shit. I'd be embarrassed if I was Perna. But it will turn around. You know, it's not going to be the Broncos are going to be like this forever. They will figure it out, whether that's with Hackett or firing him. So, I mean, I just keep it real, man. I got the football knowledge. 2nd down and 10. I mean, I feel my football fumble. Oh, shit. Russell got on it. But I feel my football knowledge, you know, is better than anybody on YouTube or Twitch. I mean, like I said, there's people that know their teams really well, as they should. But as far as all 32 teams, I don't think anyone's on my level, and I don't think it's even fucking close because I don't see other people that are putting in that effort, you know, to really take each team as their own. No one has that dedication, let alone rivals. You think really like other fans, like Packer fans, are going to know everything about the Bears, the Lions, and the Vikings? I doubt it. They're not going to put in that time and effort, you know. But that's what gives you that well-roundedness, you know, to actually know the league. And that's why I watch a lot of high school and college football too, to gain scouting material and to see what, you know, what I'm going to see in the NFL side. Dude, these guys can't catch worth a shit. Like, they're not even trying. It's like they're almost purposely sabotaging Russ and Hackett. Like, what am I looking at? Is this like a college football team? I mean, think about all these people, right, that paid good money. That's just disgusting. I haven't seen this many drop passes in a long time out of a team that could have been a 10-17. I mean, I have so many sloppy plays and missed opportunities and lack of effort. I would be pissed if I was a Denver fan. Where the fuck is the urgency? They need Von Miller, and they don't have it. And that Von Miller, you think Von Miller would put up with this? He'd be like, fuck you, Ross. Headbutt his ass. Get your fucking shit in gear. Boom, headbutt to Hackett, too. And headbutt anyone else like fucking Bradley Chubb. This is unacceptable. You're the Denver Broncos. I mean, Jesus Christ, even Bridgewater and Drew Lock look better than this. That's not good. That's not good. Now, O-line is important. I mean, if it was me, you know what I mean, instead of quarterback, running back, wide receiver, I would build my line first. O-line, D-line, and then go from there. You know, because if you have a great O-line and a great D-line, you can have an average quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end and still hit 10 games because everyone will elevate based off good run blocking, pass blocking, pulling. You know what I mean? You're going to get better play. But if you have elite quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, and dog shit line on both sides, you ain't going to do shit. You know what I mean? You might be able to hang around against the shitty teams and put up some points on them, but anyone that you play that's good, you're fucked. You know, and the O-line and D-line matter. Defense matters. Coaching matters. Good play calling matters. And the belief that you can win matters. And I don't think Denver believes they can win. Sad, man. I mean, I told you. I told everybody, you know, end of the third quarter, booty-ass game, 7-5 Niners. Certain people have injury problems, and it follows them forever, like a Derrick Rose. Sometimes we still like rooting for those guys, but, you know, even like prior to this game, Pitts had a very slow start, and people were pissed that they drafted him. You know what I mean? Unless you have Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews, right, or Darren Waller, normally you're fucked. George Kittle is up and down, Pitts, and then, Dallas Goedert, they're going to be hit or miss. So unless you really have, even Waller sometimes will be hit or miss. So it's like Kelce and Mark Andrews, you're good. Waller, normally good, right? And then everyone else, like, I think even Pitts would have been a better choice than Kittle, just of opportunities. It's just Kittle can't stay on the field. It's okay. You live and you learn, bro. And sometimes you just get lucky, like I did with Saquon. I think I got Saquon in like the 4th or 5th round. I was like, well, I went Justin Jefferson number 2 overall. And then there was like 6 running backs and wide receivers above Nick Chubb. But I picked Nick Chubb because I believe in him. He's averaged 8 touchdowns every year in his career. I don't give a shit if you're splitting carries with Kareem Hunt. I know I'm getting a winner. Boom, Nick Chubb. And then after Nick Chubb, I think we went Mark Andrews. And then we went, Sarah went Kelce. I went Mark Andrews. 4th round, she went Josh Allen. So I was going to go either Herbert or Mahomes. But Holly's playing. So I let her have Mahomes. I got Herbert. And injuries suck, right? And then in like the 5th round, I think that's when I got Saquon. I was like, I can't not grab him. I mean, I know he's injury prone, but I think I like him more than I like Run CMC just throughout a full season. And you saw what he did in the first couple weeks. Saquon has been beasting. So, fantasy is tough to predict. That's facts. Oh, yeah, they're booing every drive. Oh, they spent a lot of money. And a lot of Bronco fans had unrealistic expectations. They thought this was a Super Bowl. They're like, okay, Matthew Stafford did it. Brady did it. Russ is going to do it. Broncos. Delirious, and now you're like, uh-oh, now we're in trouble. This looks like a 7-win team, not a 10-win team. And maybe that's good for Denver. Maybe that's what the Packers need also, a slap in the mouth. Just because your franchise is, glorified as one of the best, maybe you need to get slapped in the mouth and have a bad year to learn what it's like to have a bad year. Yeah. Well, it's fantasy football, man. Sometimes it's tough matchups. Sometimes offensive lines are injured. I mean, there's multiple reasons, why running backs aren't doing as well. And it's the passing league, too. So it happens, bro. I mean, that's why I didn't go Derrick Henry or Eckler. I didn't have an opportunity for Jonathan Taylor, but I went Chubb and Saquon. I have Josh Jacobs and Jeff Wilson. So sometimes it's not about the big names. It's just guys that you can trust. And even Josh Jacobs is hard to trust, but he got better points this week rather than the first 2. First 2 weeks, he was only getting me 8 or 9 points. So I need 10 or more out of my running backs, preferably 20 or 30, but that's not realistic. Seven 5. 3rd down and 10. Jimmy, check down. Corner falls. Jeff Wilson short of the first down marker.
Points scored. It's a 51-yarder. 53 has been his longest.
51-yarder by Robbie Gould. Robbie Gould loves gold. And it's good. Of course he's going to make it. He's clutch. He can make kicks against the Packers in the playoffs, in the snow. He can make kicks anywhere. Robbie Gould, I see you. I mean, shit, if I pull up a picture of you in my stream, obviously I think something of you. Nathaniel Hackett loves gold. That's what his thing is. He's a big Austin Powers guy. He can be funny and jokey with Aaron Rodgers, but Russell Wilson's corny. That shit ain't going to work. If you're doing, I like gold, and you're doing all kinds of fat bastard impressions, Russell's not going to laugh. I mean, he's kind of cringy, Russell Wilson's corny. That shit ain't going to work, Hackett. Maybe that's the problem. He doesn't have a quarterback that can let loose and laugh a little bit. It's a totally different personality from having Aaron Rodgers to Russell Wilson, especially if you're doing Austin Powers stuff and this guy ain't laughing. It's all about chemistry. Well, you know, we can't even talk about 20 or 30. Really what it comes down to, you have to hope for 15 to 17. That's the sweet spot. 20 and 30 is totally out of the question now. Now you're just hoping for 15 to 17, or at the very least 10, because it's rough sometimes. And no matter what the fantasy experts tell you, start them, sit them on NFL.com or ESPN, a lot of times they don't even know what the fuck they're saying. Like, you know, you can have an idea and a hope and a will, but flow of the game, injuries, bad play calling, momentum, Uncle Mo. I mean, there's a lot of X factors that, you know, you don't know. Like, do you think anyone predicted 10-5? Fuck out of here. Nobody. Javonte Williams. And the only way that Denver usually is effective is when they have a balanced offense. And the problem is they don't got one. You know what I mean? They got Javonte. He was supposed to be top 10 running back this year. Oh, Javonte, so good. Just like Michael Carter from North Carolina. They're both good. Well, they don't look very good because that offensive line. Now, if the offensive line was better, we'd be talking a lot, I think, about Javonte and Melvin Gordon as being one of the maybe top 10 duos. But the offensive line has just been outworked all season, whether it's the Seahawks, the Texans, and the Niners. Russell going deep, good throw. That was it. That was the throw, but a good defense. That finally you let it loose, but that was a great defense there by Ward. All right, let me take a look at fantasy. All right, so I'm playing Shepherd, and I got 98 points, which is low for me. I usually get like 130 to 160. And Dirty Birds has got 106, but he's done. I'm projected for 123, though. I still have Saquon and Dallas D, so I should win. Brutes Crushes is going to lose to Buck Dynasty, who will also be 3-0. And he's at 108.9. He's already won. And Brutes Crushes got -6 points with the Charger D and 0 points from Will Lutz and 5 from Waller and 1 from David Montgomery and 7 from AK-41. That'll do it. And you put up 40 with Lamar, and Hollywood Brown put up 28 and Christian Kirk put up 20, but you still lost. So that shows you you got to have a well-rounded lineup. Hershey Highway versus Philly Fluffers, neck and neck. One's projected for 118.4. The one that's got Russell Wilson, that's Air Whitey. And then Eagles John is he done? No, he's got Sutton and McManus. So whoever gets more out of Sutton, McManus, or Russell, and Russell, when he puts up points, you better hope it goes to Sutton or you're fucked. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but it's 114.34 to 113.56. Wow. And then Sarah won by default, even though she didn't get any points, as much as she wanted from maybe Tyreek and Kareem Hunt and Tampa and Gabe Davis, but she's still at 107 over Team Garreau at 90. So, and Holly's going to get her first win over Chief Will Chief, 107 to 79. But your boy's going to be 3-0. So it looks like me, Sarah, and Buck Dynasty, my other Buck fan, we're all going to be still undefeated. So. Right. But also, too, in fantasy, right, if you have, like, certain guys, you may need to drop guys or put them on the bench. You know what I mean? Like, if you got Judy or, some of these other guys, even Sutton today, I mean, he's always going to be the number one option, so he's always going to be in consideration for wide receiver 2 or flex. But, I mean, if there's another guy out there that's getting more targets, you may want to sit him and just put him on the bench. You're not going to drop Sutton, but you may want to bench him, You have to go through the matchups. Like, I'll give you, look at my team right now. Half my team is injured. This is my starting lineup. It sucks. Kirk Cousins, Nick Chubb, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Curtis Samuel, Mark Andrews, Aguilar, Cowboys D, and Koo. My bench, Justin Herbert, Jesus Christ, Josh Jacobs, Chris Godwin, Bills defense, DeAndre Hopkins, Jeff Wilson, and Carson Wentz. And the only reason I have Wentz and Kirk is because I have to have somebody, for Justin Herbert if I can't count on him. And I was like, oh, maybe Jared Goff. But Goff only put up 13. Mariota only put up 15. So it's kind of thin. Shit, even Geno Smith put up more. He put up 19. So it shows you backup quarterbacks. Sometimes it's tough.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, a smarter phone for a smarter price, powered by the Google.
Rough game to watch, man. I feel bad for Denver fans, though. I know some people that are Chief fans and Raiders fans and Charger fans are like, good. Fuck them. Fuck Perna. Fuck all the Bronco lovers. All the Bronco supporters. But my boy Justin's a big Bronco guy, but he's not bandwagon. It wasn't because of, Peyton Manning. It wasn't about that. Or, it was really more John Elway and back in the day in the 80s. And I imagine Perna and a lot of the other old school Bronco fans are the same. But I imagine Nate the Great, he's probably working. I don't know if he's watching, but man, this is rough for the Broncos. Oh, you don't drop Devontae Smith. You just put him on the bench. That's the difference. You have to be able to understand when guys are good players, but it's just not their games. You don't drop anybody typically within the first month. I mean, sometimes you have to, or you just put them on the bench. You have to look at value. Fantasy football is always value. I would have never dropped him. Put him on the bench, yes, but drop, hell no. Who did you get in return? And it probably didn't work out for you. Who did you drop and pick up for him? Honestly, don't be ashamed. Who did you dropped Devontae Smith, and what did you get? A defense or what? Yeah, even though Sutton's been not consistently bad, but consistently you know what I mean? It's like you can't even think that Sutton's going to get 20 or 30 points. It's like, yeah, you might get 8 to 14. And I guess that's better than nothing because you do want 10 points or more. But when you were hoping for 18, 22, maybe a 30-point performance, and all you can do is get 8 to 14 every week, it kind of sucks, And the Eagles, you already knew. I mean, if you watch my show, I already told you they were going to have one of the better offenses and they were going to win the division. You don't drop A.J. Brown or Goddard or Devontae Smith or probably even Miles Sanders or Jalen. You hang on to those guys. Juszczyk. I love Juszczyk. Bradley Chubb. Yeah, nice try. Woo! Toe drag swag from Kyle Juszczyk. Especially when a tight end is doing it. Handoff.
He's in there at left tackle.
So now into the game comes Juwan Jennings.
Oh, Dawson's good. Okay, well that's not too bad. They're both second or third options. Scary Terry. I have Curtis Samuel and I picked him up, and he's the Cordarrelle Patterson of this year, a guy that does everything. So when you can get a Cordarrelle Patterson or a Curtis Samuel, you're good. But Dotson's a good player. It's just it was a rough game with Carson. He's going to have really good games where he hits 27, 30 points in fantasy, and then he's going to come, back to reality and have a few games where he hits 8 to 14, So that actually isn't too bad. It all depends on targets as well. Because if Dotson's going to normally get more targets than Smith, then it would be, you just have to monitor the points, and it's too late now. You can't grab him back, right? But third down and 3. Tipped. I got to throw up a Juszczyk photo. I love fullbacks. That's another position. I'm a Mike Allstott guy. My favorite offensive player in my team's existence is Mike Allstott. He's always going to be my number one. I mean, I love Mike Evans and Godwin and all these other guys, but nothing will compare to Mike Allstott. We'll never have another one of those again. And obviously, I'm a big Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, obviously Devin White, Levante David type of guy. Tristan Wirfs, Antoine Winfield Jr., but it's usually Devin White, Levante David. Those are like my favorite. Those are my guys. I'm a linebacker guy. I'm a safety guy. I mean, most people are quarterback guys or running back or wide receiver, but I'm always going to be defense first. And I think that's kind of makes me different too, because I don't think there's anyone else on YouTube really that I know of that's a defensive guy. Do you guys know any other YouTubers or Twitch streamers that claim to be a defensive guy instead of an offensive guy, which is like 99% of the country? It's pretty rare to have someone that's a defensive guy or wears defensive jerseys. They're out there, but they're far and few between. For every 20 guys or girls you see, you're going to get one that wears defense or O-line or kickers, and some of them are in the room right now. I know some of you guys are like that maybe you'll buy a kicker jersey or an offensive lineman jersey if he's like a Hall of Famer, Pro Bowler, or just buying something that's kind of oddball instead of just a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. That's lazy. Anybody can buy those. But what about showing love and being different and unique and buying an O-lineman jersey or buying a defensive jersey? I think defensive-minded people see things differently too. The analysis that defensive players have, it's much easier to play offense than defense.
Apple Watch has taken up a few new things as well. First, it tracked your distance. Now it tracks your stride length. It knows a breaststroke from a backstroke.
Yeah, and fantasy is one of those tricky things too, right? Where you see guys on the wire and they have a big game, 15 to 25 points. And you're like, yes, I'm going to get this guy. And then you plug him in. And what does he do the next game? Gets you 3 points. You have to be very, very careful that you're paying attention to matchups, and the flow of the game. Because I think a lot of people that play fantasy, they get in love with people on the wire or people that they get, and then they start them because they saw, oh, they did this and this. That doesn't mean that they're going to do it for you. It's just the way fantasy is. I mean, if it was so easy to be like, oh, well, this guy got 20. Now I'm going to plug him in and he's going to give me 20. I mean, sometimes it does happen and they're hot for 2, 3, 4 games in a row. But most of the time when a guy has a big hot game, that when you get him and you insert him in the lineup, even though you shouldn't, you should just monitor him for a week and see, but you plug him in at flex and then he puts up a 3 and then you get pissed. Happens all the time. And you guys know, if you play fantasy football, exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Sometimes making bad decisions in fantasy is just a regular occurrence. You take chances, and sometimes you have a gut feeling, and sometimes your gut feeling is fucking wrong. So, I love Kuechly. Julius Peppers, Greg Olsen, Steve Smith, Cam Newton. Your boy knows. Most 3-and-outs in his career because they look like shit. Jesus Christ, I feel like this game has already been going on for like 5 hours. It's like when I do NASCAR or like baseball. I'm like, is this shit over yet? Like, what the hell is going on here? And then you get guys like Russell Wilson who's like corny. And like if they believe what he's saying, it's one thing. But if he's, rah, yell out, pass, run, and you're going kind of above and beyond trying to be the second coach. And then you end up being like 1-2, right? Or 1-3. People are going to start despising you and they're going to start going against you and they're going to start rooting against you. Like they know you're Russell Wilson, but all this extra rah bullshit that you're doing, you're going to lose the locker room. Either Hackett and Russ, one or the other, or both. It's a very fine line when you start trying to be a leader and you're losing games and you're not doing your job. You're telling everyone else, hey, do this, do that. And they'd be like, well, fuck you, Russ. What the fuck are you doing? You do something better. Stop fucking talking to me what I need to do. Why don't you fucking play better? Why don't you and Hackett get on the fucking same page? That's what's going to happen. And hopefully that doesn't happen, but it's kind of trending like it's going that way. Just being honest. Derek Thomas, Neil Smith, Albert Lewis, Cherry. Nice. Yeah, but for me, Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, Simeon Rice, John Lynch, Rondé Barber, Obviously, Mike Allstott from my core, right? Those are my guys. And then obviously Devin White, Levante David. I got a lot of love for Tristan Wirfs, Antoine Winfield Jr., Ryan Jensen. I like offensive line. I love defensive players, especially guys that I draft. I don't necessarily like guys we bring in, because sometimes you bring in free agents and they're ass and they don't pan out. I don't buy jerseys of guys that are free agents usually. It's usually draft picks. I don't own a Brady jersey. I mean, the only jersey I would buy on the offense is Mike Evans. I mean, I would want to buy Godwin, but I would be buying Mike first if I was going to buy a player. But my first choice would probably be, honestly, like Jensen and Wirfs, and then Mike Evans. Like I don't have an offensive line jersey, but to be able to get a good quality one that's not from China, that's not fake. Like you're probably going to have to get screen print because they don't make a lot of sewn offensive lineman jerseys. 10-5 Niners. Love me some O-line. And that's why it's nice for me to be able to give you my perspective, because I don't think you guys get a lot of O-line love, kicker love, punter love, defensive love. Most channels on YouTube or Twitch or just on TV really love to glorify offense. Offensive this, offensive that. And we also, coaching doesn't get enough credit either. Kicking, special teams, O-line, and coaching, and defense. I mean, these are big parts of the game. And everyone's like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? It's all about the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. That's all that matters. And then those teams don't do shit. Let them know, Sarah. 10-5 Niners. 3rd down and 10. Throw it, Russ. There we go. 1st down. Broncos. Jesus. But also, too, you got to think there's no excuse. There's no excuse when the Seahawks, who have a horrible O-line and D-line, even though I love Charles Cross, that's probably the best pick they've had in 15 years. Like, no lie. Like, they needed that, like 4 or 5 Charles Crosses, right? But with the Niners, compared to the Texans in Seattle, if Seattle's getting to Russ and the Texans are getting to Russ, what do you think is going to happen with the Niners? The Niners have a solid D. And on top of that, guess what? Eric Armstead's not even fucking playing from the Ducks. So if you had Eric Armstead in there, remember when they had Armstead and Buckner? They should have never let Buckner go to the Colts, right? They don't even have Armstead, and this is the type of game that they're getting. The Niners have a lot of discipline and a lot of fucking talent on both sides of the ball. They're a very well-run organization. If I had to do an equivalent of the Niners, it would be the Chiefs in the AFC. Like, these two organizations, based off their owners, GMs, head coaches, they have it. I'm jealous. Like, if I was going to be a part of an organization, I would want to be a part of the Chiefs or the Niners. They just do it the right way. Even though they might have made a mistake with Trey, we'll have to wait and see, if that was a mistake. It's kind of leaning like it might have been a mistake. Like, Justin Fields probably would have been the better choice. And even with him, he's going to have limitations. But with the Niners, I mean, imagine Justin Fields on the Bears and then him on the Niners. I mean, who knows? I mean, with Justin Fields, you could maybe make a nice playoff run. Russ, go, Russ. There we go. Jesus Christ. Where the fuck has this been? 1st down, Broncos, 2 runs. He's got to be like, fuck you, Hackett. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. It's pretty much what he was able to do in Seattle. Pete Carroll, I'm doing this. Okay, I trust you. He wasn't held to the same standard as the other players, and that's why Richard Sherman and a lot of the other Seahawks weren't really cool with Russ, because he got special preferential treatment from Pete Carroll. And if you go back and look at interviews of Bobby Wagner, Richard Sherman, or any of the previous players, all of them admit it too. Like, he got babied and he didn't get disciplined, and maybe that's why there's problems now here in Denver. Wilson, back shoulder. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. It's me, Mario. There we go, baby. There we go, baby. Finally. I mean, I expect to see drives like this on the regular, not once a game. What the fuck am I watching? Russell Wilson when he's 65? Fuck. Like, it's like watching, like when you watch Denver, it's like you almost feel like you're watching like the Jags or the Jets or the Lions of the past, not this year, because all three of those teams are bringing it. Jets, Jags, and Lions, and I fucking love it. This is fucking crazy. Russ, there we go. There we go. Go, Melvin. Javonte Williams owners are like, fuck, you mother sucker. I drafted you as my first running back, and you're getting nothing. And then you're losing carries to Melvin Gordon. Yeah. Oh, boy has no spatial awareness. He's got no clock management. Fucking come on, Hackett. I talked you up. So, obviously, I mean, you got 3 to 5 years to make it happen, but it definitely ain't going to be this year. Fuck, you don't even look like a playoff team at all. There we go. Boom. Yeah. Touchdown. Broncos. If you have Javonte Williams, you're throwing up in your mouth right now. Nobody's got Melvin Gordon and starting him right now. Boom. Remember when Melvin Gordon was good in college? Remember when he was good on the Chargers and they just fucking gave up on him? And you're like, I'm holding out. And they're like, oh, fuck you then. And then Eckler came in and then they were like, fuck you. Bye, Melvin. Like, it was weird. Like, Melvin was good for a while. And then they just kicked him to the curb. Oh, you want to hold out on us? Oh, we got this guy, Austin Eckler. We think he can be better than you. And he has been. It was the right choice. Oh, what are you doing? No. Why are you going for 2? No. I guess you have to, though. There's only 4 minutes left. Russ? Stupid. Let's go for 2 and not get it. You might as well just went for 1. I know it doesn't really matter if they kick a field goal. 13-11 or 13-12. But I just like the fact of having the gratification, right, of just like, okay, points. But when 4 minutes left, that made sense. If it was like 8 minutes, I probably would have said go for the extra point. But, these teams that go for it on 4th down and inches, 4th and 1 and 2-point conversions, it's like a 5% connect rate. Like, why the fuck are you doing it? Idiots. Yeah. Shit, might as well, dude. My God.
Get a new iPhone 14 Pro on get it with one unlimited for iPhone. Relies on Verizon.
Research shows that people remember ads with young people having a good time. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's a pool party.
11-10 Broncos. Dude, talk about 2 ugly games back to back. I didn't want to watch the Buccaneers lose, right? Let alone have an exact similar score in the exact same type of game where the offenses aren't doing fucking anything and it's just all defense. I love defense, but I also want to have some fucking points, And if I'm going to have really good defense, my team better be the one fucking winning. Oh, yeah, RBU, bro. You know that. Ron Dane, Jonathan Taylor, Melvin Gordon, just to name a few. Yo boy knows. Incredibly crazy score. And you wonder why people don't win when there's like bets. When people are betting on NFL games, there's so much parody and weird shit that goes on. That's always the bookies win. I mean, you'll be to predict even 5 games is insane. Or 7. I mean, it's not easy. Even someone like me, I don't do it. And even if I tried, I'm not going to be successful every week. This fucking league is bonkers. You know what I mean? There's a reason why people lose a shitload of money, and it ain't going to be me. All right, I'm going to invest my money in graded cards, not Bitcoin, not NFTs. I'm going to get PSA and BGS rookie autographs of guys like Julio Rodriguez, Patrick Mahomes, Herbert, Burrow, shit like that. Aaron Judge, Mike Trout. I'm going to invest in shit that I know that's going to be worth money. I'm not going to throw money down the drain. You kidding me? If you want to actually have money, I mean, that's how I got a $30,000 Michael Jordan rookie card for $1,000 when I was 21. for, what, $1,000, back in 2003. Now it's worth 30,000. Some people are smart and some people are not. That was a good drive by Russ, one of the best of the season. Yep. And guess what? The Niners are going to win the game, right? Because even if it's good defense and they get to like the 40 and it's a 50 to 55 yarder, do you think he's going to miss? He won't. It'll be 13-11. But it may be a touchdown. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what Jimmy does. I'm not sure if Denver's defense is good enough at this point when they're tired to hold them from not getting a field goal. I feel like they almost know it's coming. Like, fuck. Like, we need either a fumble or a pick or this game is over. And look at Kittle, non-factor. He's supposed to be the best tight end in the league. Remember when he was in the conversation with Kelsey? Now he can't even do anything. It's not because he's not good. It's just injured all the time and not in the flow of the offense. He's not as dominant as he was. That's why Kelsey and Mark Andrews are the best. And Darren Waller is right there too. But I would probably go Kelsey, Andrews tied at number one. Mark Andrews. Some people actually had Mark Andrews being the best in fantasy. Maybe Kelsey's the best player, but Mark Andrews had maybe more opportunities, possibly, just because Lamar doesn't really got a whole lot. Bateman and, we know Lamar loves our Andrews. But Kelsey and Andrews, to me, are the best. And then like 1A, 1B, and Darren Waller's just below them. And then you got, guys like Kyle Pitts, Goddard, and, Kittle after them. 11-10 Denver. 3rd down and 3. They need one here. He's open. First down, Niners. He's open. I said it too, but I was like, if he put one less tick of touchness, that's a pick six. Look at it. Oh, it would have been tipped or a pick six if it was just slightly before there. Ronald Darby could have tipped that away. But Juwan Jennings, baby. That was a very risky throw that could have been a pick six. Oh, yeah. You think anybody bet that score, on FanDuel and all the different betting sites? No one had this fucking score. That's how they win money, man. They know it too. Woo! Yeah. First down, Niners. Move the chains. McLeod, baby. It's crazy. It's like the same thing as the Packers and Bucks. Like, beginning a little excitement, then boring. And then the last 5 to 6 minutes, it gets all ramped up. And that was like that for the Bucks and Packer game. Like boring. Oh, we're an NFL team. We should probably start playing now. Thanks for showing up. 2 minutes left in the 4th. All right, Jimmy, show me something. You might be my quarterback next year. Oh, picked. Picked. Oh, my. And what did I say? For Denver to win, they needed to get a pick or a fumble. You talk it into existence, and it happened. That's the only way they were going to win. Because if the Niners were driving, they were going to get 3, possibly 6. Unbelievable. Sometimes when you know football. Horrible throw, too. Jimmy, and then remember when we say good things about Jimmy, and then you have a throw like that, and you're like, oh, that's why they picked Trey Lance. Oh, yeah. You stepped out of bounds for a safety, idiot. You threw that pass. So every time we try to give you praise of being a top 15 quarterback, then you do something so fucking stupid like that, where you look like you're the worst quarterback in the league. What the fuck are you doing? You're on one of the best organizations in sports, and you're playing like a bottom 5 quarterback in the league. You can play like a top 5 or a bottom 5, and sometimes a top 10 and a bottom 10, top 15, top 15 or bottom 15. And look at Denver. Now they're gonna more than likely. I mean, they got 3 timeouts left. They gotta pray to all the gods, including my sport god. Oh, doggy dog. I mean, you might have a chance if the defense can bail you out. You need to pray here. My God. Yeah. Well, no one does. That's why they drafted Trey Lance. You know what I mean? Like they know he's good enough to get to an NFC championship game because they can hand the ball off fucking 30 times and the defense is lit and they're good coach. They got good coaches, good system. Players believe in each other. When you wear the burgundy and gold, you know, when you're wearing the red and gold, it means something. The Niners are one of the best franchises in football. Cool uniforms, you look good, you feel good, you play good. But my goodness. And that's why you went for someone other than Jimmy, because Kyle finally understood, I can't win a Super Bowl with this guy. I can get to an NFC championship game. I can get to a Super Bowl. But, what happens if my play calling is a little off in the fourth quarter and the other coach is out coaching me? Can I count on my quarterback to bail me out, right? And he can't. And that's why they can't score points in the fourth quarter. If you notice, in every big game, right, with the Falcons, with Matt Ryan, with Jimmy against the Chiefs, you went against Brady and Mahomes, you weren't going to win anyways, okay? But it shows you, like, there's limitations for guys, and when you think about porn stars and, eating dinner, with them instead of the game, then sometimes you throw bad passes like that. How many porn stars you got, Jimmy? Okay. Halfback toss. Big tackle. Niners. See, and look at that. If they didn't actually play hard, and it's not even playing hard for Jimmy, they're playing hard for Shanahan, for Lynch. They're playing for the fucking SF. They're playing for the Niners. There's some pride there. They don't give two shits about Jimmy, or Trey. They just want someone that's good. Like, imagine if they had Brady. You could win a Super Bowl with the Niners if Brady was there on the Niners. You just need someone better than, you need like a top 10 quarterback. And it can't be like Carr or Cousins either, like borderline. You need to have a Burrow, a Josh Allen, a Herbert, a Stafford, a Jalen Hurts maybe this year. You need someone better. And Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes. Third down and 9. I don't know why the hell they would call that play. I know you're trying to bleed the clock, but I mean, if you're doing that, that means you don't even think you can win. If you're just going to run that play, that means you have no belief. You have no belief that Russ can make the throw, and he doesn't. Niners can still win this game, even with an interception. See that? And a lot of times when that happens, the game is fucking over. But the Niners defense is so good and so disciplined. When this guy fucks up, they bail him out. Like, I don't know how often. I'd probably say 60% of the time when they fuck up this guy, right? The defense will bail him out and give him one more try, one more chance. And most of the time when you throw a dumb pick, this is the result. Dancing and it's over. Acting like a fool. It's just wild, man, when you have teams that have good discipline, good running game, but also great defense and great coaching. You can throw a pick and the game should be over, and it's not. Oh, he fumbled it. Muff dog, idiot. Yeah, me too. I wanted Lance to show, but I think what we should have known that is instead of Lance playing this year, they should have put him on the bench. Jimmy was the better quarterback. You could start off with Jimmy instead of starting off with Trey. Let Jimmy lose the job, like Mitchell Trubisky, like Tannehill, like Mariota. Give him the respect that even though you want to trade him and you thought that Trey's going to be great and never get hurt for 20 years, you should have just played Jimmy and then wait for him to fuck up. So at least you're like, I gave you a shot and you lost it, not me. I didn't make the decision to say, fuck you. I gave you the honest respect and you fucked up. Now Trey's in and now we both feel good about it. But instead you said, fuck you, Jimmy, and then went straight to Trey. And then he got hurt. And maybe it's karma. And now you have Jimmy and you're probably happy that no one traded for him. Sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. The Chubb Stallion with the sack lunch. You got to get in field goal range. You got to get to at least a 40-yard line. So you don't need to get a touchdown, but you need at least 60 yards. 60 in a minute 14. Throw it, bitch. Go, 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 go. Fumble. And it's over. And there you go. Now you should win, you would think. Right? It's over now, right? Is it over now? And good thing I didn't start Jeff Wilson. Oh, I'd be screaming right now. Jeff. Maybe it's because I pulled up this Super Bowl photo of you, and then I had to pull up another one. But Jeff. I mean, no spatial awareness. Pow! Charles Peanut Tillman. Pa. Well, now, if you can't win the game now, I don't know what to say. I mean, you got interception and a fumble. Denver doesn't have any turnovers. So even though Denver looks like shit, right? Like shit, but they don't got any turnovers. And if they win this game 11-10, they're going to win this game 11-10. My God. The ugliest win ever. But good teams find a way to win. Bad teams find a way to lose. And I don't think the Niners are a bad team. But you had so many chances. And it's one thing for Russell Wilson to do this, but not you. You know? He said, my Bronco buddy, let's ride. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Lucky ass son of a bitch, dude. Lucky. You lucky ass son of a bitch. Final score, Denver Broncos 11, San Francisco 49ers 10. Well, it's technically not over, but it will be. Wow. Unbelievable. Most random score. What, like, two games that were not like our normal type of game we enjoy. They were like kind of boring at times, but we definitely had defensive games in the Bucs and the Packers and the Broncos and the Niners. All the teams have good defenses, and we saw them on display today. We were hoping for some more offense, and we didn't get it. Let's ride. I mean, like I said, I was a Niner kid growing up. I wasn't claiming them as my team, and that hurts for Niner fans. But that's the type of Jimmy G shit we're talking about. That's why you drafted Trey, because in the fourth quarter, he can't be trusted. He can be trusted in the first, second, and third, and he can look better than Aaron Rodgers in Lambeau in the playoffs last year and outduel him. But when you don't get this guy involved, you lose every time. When he's healthy and you don't use him like Patrick Mahomes uses George, you got to use George Kittle like Travis Kelce. You got to use him like Lamar and obviously Mark Andrews. And wow, crazy. What a terrible game, seriously. But you got to take wins whatever way you can. All right, so we're going to go for another 40 minutes. We're going to do 47 minutes. And we'll do food. So anyone that has suggestions, let me know, and we'll try to get a few more donos. And depending on if we get more people in the room, if I do end up getting more people, I will go 5 hours, and I'll go an hour and 45 minutes. If it's slow, we'll go 45, and we'll just end it, and we'll just see what we can get from there. So, all right, to my buddy, congrats, dude. A win is a win. Even if it's ugly. Congrats. Clapping emoji. A win is a win, even if it's ugly. And that's true. But you know what I mean? That's the reason why we praise Jimmy and we praise Kirk Cousins. But then when they do something fucking stupid, we just go to fucking hell and back. We have no forgiveness. Baker, fucking Tannehill, Cousins, Carr, Jameis. Like, we'll give them love sometimes, but when they do something stupid, it's over. Like, their reputation is fucked. Like, you're no longer considered, like, elite or maybe, on the borderline fringe, top 12, 15. Like, sometimes you look good, but when you look bad, you're really fucking bad. And that's why you guys are ranked 16th, not 10th in the NFL. Because those 6 positions or you're not consistent and you play horrible sometimes. So you think so? I mean, maybe that was the beginning of the end, but honestly, I think he was broken from the very start. I mean, Jimmy has always played like this. If you follow the 49ers, which I do, and I follow them very closely. Like I said, that would have been my team if I wasn't a Buck fan. Now, if they would have had defensive players like Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, or maybe Dion signed in 95 with the Niners again, and they would have went back to back instead of the Cowboys winning in 95, I probably would have been a Niner fan because Dion is in my top 5 all time. It's Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson, Dion on the Niners. That's my favorite. So, but it didn't happen. And then all of a sudden in 95, Dion left to the Cowboys. And I was like, I don't really think this team's going to win. I didn't really feel the vibe. And they haven't won since I made that decision. And I was like, ooh, Sapp, Brooks, Lynch was already there. Soon after, Rondé, Allstott. I was like, wow, these guys are like hard-hitting dudes. They're a lot of passion, a lot of talent, and the rest is history. Let's ride. Let's see what Russ has to say. Hopefully nothing cringeworthy. Pray to Jesus? Oh, normally pray to Jesus, God, and I don't mind if he gets religious with that, but he usually does that. We'll see. Let's ride. Let's ride. Even though he's corny, I like him. I don't like seeing him struggle. I mean, I'm a Northwest guy out here. I watched him at NC State. I watched him at Wisconsin. I watched him in Seattle. I don't like seeing him play shitty. It kind of hurts me a little bit. I don't want to see a legend play like shit.
Also, there has been some criticism of this team in the first couple of weeks. Game management, penalties. What do you want fans to know about your coach and this team?
Well, first of all, Coach Hackett is an amazing coach. He teaches us. He believes in us.
And it's true. And that's one thing Russell won't, he won't throw the coach under the bus. He is really going to try to put time. And I think Russ knows it's going to take a couple years. And I think Bronco fans wanted it this year. I want a Super Bowl. Hey, Stafford got one. Brady got one. We're the fucking Denver Broncos. Us, me. And then they're starting to realize, well, maybe your team isn't built like the fucking Rams, right? Or it's not built like the Buccaneers, where they had defenses with some Hall of Fame players, right? Broncos defense is nowhere near the Rams and Buccaneers the last 2 years, and there's the difference. Yeah, I root for him, though. I think he's really supremely talented. I mean, you got him, Breeze, and Rodgers with one. You want to pray that at least one other guy gets another one. We don't want just Brady to have them all, and everyone else has just got like a one. It's like we want to see guys get 2 or 3, or at least I do. I want to see Mahomes get 3, or 4 or 5. I think that'd be awesome. We need someone else to take the torch post Brady. It's not going to be Rodgers. And, if he does win, one more? But most likely Rodgers won't win anymore, right? Breeze is retired. Russ might win 1 or 2 more. Maybe he won't win none, So. Did you win by 0.5? You son of a bitch. Did you win? Or did you lose by 0.5? Yes, Voodoo Donuts. I need to hit up, my boy. Yes. All right, let me look at your fantasy. So I'm down 106 to 98, and Shepard is done, and I have Saquon Barkley and Dallas D, which is the number 1 ranked defense in fantasy this week, so I should be good there. Wow, Buck Dynasty only won by like 0.38, barely. Oh, no, he still has Dalton Schultz. Oh, he's going to win. So Buck Dynasty's won. Philly Fluffers, oh my God, look at you. 118.26 to Air Whitey's 117.56, and you guys are done. Holy shizzle. By like less than a point. Those are crazy. And you know what? Every season in fantasy, that shit happens to at least every person, it seems like once. Sometimes it'll happen to you twice or 3 times. And you're like, oh, hell no. And you got to make sure you're winning those. at least go 50% in games that when you lose by less than a point. Because when you lose by less than a point twice, it's horrible. Oh, guess who it is? It is my boy. Someone that won't turn their back on me. Someone that won't lie to me. Someone that is there supporting the brand. My dude, the number one GOAT besides Holly Hundo and Mr. Williams. It is the life, the legend. It is Cyberpunk 53. How are you, bro? What's good? I need to give you another recommendation on some like sports merch, and hopefully the Bo Jackson quality shirt can improve when I get you another option that is worthy of something. How are you, brother? We're going to be doing food picks here in a little bit, or anything that you're wanting to see. I can hook you up. But I figured, talk a little bit about the game and go into food. And we usually do food the last, 30 minutes to an hour 30. You Eagles John, you son of a bitch. He's like, I won by 0.5. And those are the sweetest, because it's one thing when you win in a blowout, but when you win by like 0.5, 0.75, even a point or two, those feel good because you knew that you fucked up and you left something on the bench. And if you would have put it in, you easily would have won, but you fucked up and you got saved by the glory of the sports gods and O-Dog, right? Somehow, some way you made it. And it's great to see Cyberpunk in here. Whenever he comes in, the whole room, we're doing some of the Office, Steve Carell. This is what happens right here, right? Cyberpunk comes in the room, and I'm like Michael Scott, okay? You raise the roof. Holly comes in the room, right? The vibe is just great. Yeah. Matt Castle. We missed you, dude. I know I talked to you privately, before you came in here, and we miss you, dude. Like your Chiefs input, Royals, sports in general, video games. How the newbie, your noob master friend. Does he still work with you? Are you still working days? I assume you are. Hope everything in your life is going great. Hope your mentals are good. And I always try to keep in touch with the GOATs. I talk to the GOATs privately off the stream pretty often, just to make sure everyone is doing okay mentally and just checking up on people, because your boy cares. You have Dallas defense. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. We have to wait and see. We got to wait and see, slackers. Yeah, tough. Did you get a chance to watch the game, or were you working? Did you get it recorded? Because I know some of you all GOATs, that are the heavy hitters that donate, 20 to like 500. I mean, some of you guys are just grinders like me, where you're grinding for 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days. So I can understand sometimes if you miss stuff, it's not like, you're purposely missing things. So we missed you, bro. Good to see you. I mean, regardless if there's donos or not, and I'm being very genuine, everyone knows you're a heavy hitter like Holly. But sometimes, even when people, like, if they feel obligated, they have to support and donate. It's always nice because you have the heavy hitters. But I think people just enjoy the presence. And so if I can get a presence, it's like, doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm here, I have to donate. No, it's like, just come in and say hi, bro. Even if it's just for a couple minutes. I know me and Sarah have Chiefs in here, and Shep and Holly. Everyone would love to get 5 minutes, even if it's just real quick, but sometimes you're working hard and you're doing the beer artwork and the pizza artwork, and you're using your brains, the internets and the interwebs, and you're trying to get inspiration. It's a pleasure to have you, bro. We missed you, and I appreciate you. Yeah. And I wish the, collab and other promises were fulfilled, but that's how it goes sometimes, but what I do know is I got great people that support me. So that's all I need. Missed opportunity, but I got to be able to work extra hard, and if I want to have my dreams come true, I gotta just think about me and the fam. So the Fanatic fam, baby. I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. And he went from a guy that was doing special teams to a guy that was third string wide receiver, then a guy that was second string, and then first string, and then a guy that could run all the routes, and then a guy that had great speed, and a guy that had great hands, and then a guy that would win a 50-50 ball deep 90% of the time, being like 5'7", 5'8". That was the most impressive thing to me about Tyreek, is that he developed into a guy that his springs and his leaps, It was like, I don't know how to describe it. I know he's got the speed and the breakaway yak yards, but for him to go up at the top and go up and get footballs, that is the most impressive thing about Tyreek Hill to me, as just being a football fan. It's something that you wouldn't assume. You would assume Randy Moss to do that. You got Mossed, right? Megatron to do that, right? Or Julio body type to do that, right? But not Tyreek. And that shows really his true athleticism and why he is one of the biggest game breakers in the league still to this day. And I know Chief fans that are in the room, like Cyber and James, are like, damn, he's right. Like sometimes, and even Chief, like, sometimes you just need someone to point it out. Like you take it for granted because he fucking does it all the time, but no other short fucking player does that. Even tall players sometimes don't even do it. Not everyone can run a fade route. Not everyone can, go up and get it. Just on like a 500 ball, like you're playing in the backyard with your friends and you're like 100 with a Nerf ball, 200, 300. I know I'm not the only one. Oh, 500. And if you catch the 500 ball, you're the quarterback and you win, and you go, right? So it was like Mahomes was just throwing 500 balls, regardless if there was a safety over the top or not. Mahomes didn't care because he knew that more than likely if Tyreek doesn't catch it, he'll bat it down and he'll make an effort to be a defensive player. That's another thing about Tyreek. Kind of underrated part of his game. Tyreek is a special player for sure. But yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, and sometimes that's just what it is. Me and Washington State, they always give us trouble, and it's like their Super Bowl. Like I think that's how they approach it. The Colts approach the Chiefs as an AFC championship game. And I think when Washington State plays Oregon, that's the Rose Bowl, or like that's for the Pac-12 championship. Like they really are like, fuck you. And they like, they really want to win and they're competitive. And I think that's how the Colts are approaching it too. You watched it. It was rough. Yeah. It was locally here for me in Oregon. I watched it as well. Me and Sarah watched it. She was watching it. I was watching it. We were talking about it. All right. No problem. Get some sleep. Thank you for your appreciation and your support and donation, and we love you. We appreciate you. Get some sleep. You've had a fantastic trip, obviously with sports and Disneyland and Star Wars. Get some sleep with that lightsaber, and we'll see you tomorrow for Monday Night Football. Yeah, but do you ever hear analysts really talk about that? That's one thing that no one has ever really brought up. Everything is always about route running, speed, yak yards. You know what I mean? The ability to take a 2-yard to the house 80. Yeah. But what about those 50-50 balls and the springs and how many big first downs and game-saving plays Tyreek has made doing that? I mean, I'm not sure if I can think of anyone else that has been short that has done that in NFL history, honestly. I mean, that's just me, just thinking about the game. So, oh gosh. Yeah. You want the L? You want me to give you the L for me? Not for you, for me. You want me just to hand it to you? Because I'm not going to hand you an L, but man, I don't know if the Buccaneers are going to beat you guys. I mean, if Mike Evans comes back, it'll be much better, but I don't know about Godwin and Julio. Oh, go Ducks. Ducks rally. 22 points. 22 points in the last 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. How the hell are you up 22 points or 21 points, and you lose the game? I mean, Washington State fans were in shock. My God. Yeah, we need that bacon maple voodoo donut, baby. But you know what I mean? Like, isn't that crazy that no one's really talked about that? And we're going to go on a field trip here. I'm done fucking being in Denver. All right. I want to go to a tropical fucking place. Vibes are better. Boom. I don't want to need to be in fucking Denver anymore. I'm somewhere better, baby. Yeah. Give me that. Give me those vibes. Water, palm trees, Corona, good food, good vibes. I mean, you can't look at that background and not smile and feel good. That makes you feel good. Pretty skies, nice sunset, looks like some kind of Hawaii jump off, palm trees over the top, water coming in. You can almost hear the water in this photo. And then it's just your boy just streaming from some tropical Barbados paradise. College ball needs to keep the clock running after first down conversions. Yeah, I agree. Me too. College game sucks also too because they don't have a top 50. I mean, I sometimes I feel like me and my friends and people on the channel, we could come up with better solutions than these quote unquote experts that know everything. Like, okay, if you're doing college football and there's only 4 teams that are in the playoff and you want to expand it, even if it's 8 or 16, you need to have a top 50. Okay, because if you have number 35 playing number 9, you'll probably watch it. But if it's number 9 playing nobody, are you watching the game? Probably not. You need to be. There's over 100 Division I teams. It shouldn't be like that hard to come up with a concept of a top 50 when there's 100 to 120 Division I teams, and you only have 4 that are in the running to win it all. And it's the same ones every year, except for like one. It's like Alabama, Georgia, right? Ohio State, maybe an LSU with a Burrow and Jamar Chase and Jay Jetta, and then normally Georgia, Bama, Clemson, Ohio State, Notre Dame, maybe in Oregon, but they need to fix college football. Shit, me and James could fix college football. Just those 2 suggestions right there. That's something that those people have never even thought of. Oh, the top 50, that is a good idea. Number 34 versus number 18 instead of number 18 versus no one. Oh, we'll probably get ratings that way. I mean, put me in charge. I mean, fuck, if you want to make this, I ain't no fucking dummy. We got some smart motherfuckers in here. We're money makers in here. We're idea people here. All right. We're not fucking idiots. I don't follow everyone else. I'm not a sheep. Okay. But those 2 suggestions right there, that's worth that. Me and James are waiting. Hello. My phone is open. Me and James are waiting. We're waiting for our payments. Where is it? Pick up the phone, baby. I mean, if you watch sports, you just know. But I mean, don't you think though? Anyone that watches college ball, I mean, if it was top 50, wouldn't you be more inclined to watch a matchup, even if it's 40 versus 22? And at least okay, well they're ranked. So instead of just having 25, when you have over 100 Division I, I mean, considering we have almost half the teams in the NFL that go to the playoffs. I mean, when you're having like 12 to 16 going and there's 32. Why are you doing 4 in college when there's 110 or 120? Oh, goats are in the building. Holly, Hundo, Chief will Chief, Cyberpunk, Cyber and Holly in the same room at the same time. There we go. The goats are here. The goats are here. Missed you, goats. The best goats on planet Earth. The Fanatic family goats. You guys. How are you guys?
That is still the belief. That is still the goal.
That gets you fired up, right? Well, it doesn't get much easier for the Bees. They're at 12th ranked Utah. So, Art, I want to know, especially after hearing that sound, are you concerned about the defense? No, not after hearing that. Well, I wasn't anyway. Yeah, especially not after hearing that. You know what? They understand that they belong.
That's tight. The Oregon State Beavers, like their team, they got interviewed. And they, after the loss against USC, they're like, we're trying to win the Pac-12 fucking championship. That's what I fucking like to see. I mean, my rival is talking shit, saying that we're going for it. I mean, that's the confidence that I love to see, especially when a program has been down. And when they say it, they believe it. And guess what? It's real. DeLorean. Will we hop into the DeLorean? I haven't got into food yet. We were going to get into food, but I have been streaming all day. But I am willing to go 4 to 5 hours tonight. So to make sure that everyone has a good, nightcap, and we can go into Monday to work or school or whatever you're doing, and make sure that things are in a good foot. The Royals beat the Mariners today, so that's not good. But stuff happens. Man, amazing football games today. Holly, you're going to win a game in fantasy. Your team kicked ass. You should have won last week. No, nothing in there. But maybe in the future. Mahomes is on. Mahomes on the end of the first half. I wanted to go and try and score. That's just who I am. And that's why he was yelling at the enemy. So I want to win, mother sucker. Yeah. People always trying to stir up drama. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, Mahomes and Bieniemy hate each other. They're no longer in their roommate honeymoon phase. Problems in Kansas City. They're fine. Bills and Chiefs are still two of the best teams in the NFL, period. People love to overreact. Great to see the goats in here. Too bad the Packers and Bucks was boring, and that Niners and Broncos was boring as well. I mean, sometimes you just get those boring games, unfortunately. It's a part of football. People love points. I get it. Hello, everyone. Nothing like a Tommy smile can't cure. It's like a big family gathering in the chat. Yeah, he messaged me before. While I was streaming, and we talked kind of privately, and then and then he came in here. I think he's still in here. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, it was on national TV, even over here in Oregon. So I actually got to watch the full game. Yeah, tough. Kind of a trap game. That's what a lot of people were feeling. Maybe a little overconfident. Against an opponent that's 0-1-1, and usually Colts and Chiefs have battles. That's with Andrew Luck and any it doesn't matter. Jacoby Brissett. I mean, you could have anybody at the Colt quarterback position, but sometimes two teams play each other and it's just rough. It's just me and Washington State. That's the perfect example. And what happened when we got 22 points and 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and we came back with 3 minutes to go down by 20 plus and won. So. Yeah, well, it's good to watch it to see what you did good and what did bad. And then the Chris Jones swearing and talking shit in front of the ref. I'm not sure if that should have been a penalty. It must have been pretty fucking bad if the ref did that. But I'm not going to just account the loss for just him yelling and getting that penalty, and then the momentum shifted, which it did. But, I mean, I think there was a lot of other things that could have led up to them winning, but besides blaming Chris Jones for that one specific play. So. Yeah, congratulations. For sure. Oh, that's good. Yeah, and that's what you got to do. You just, like obviously defense for me played pretty good, but when you don't have Julio and no Godwin, no Evans, and all the backups can't catch, and the defense, for the other team plays really good, and you can't even get the running game going. Like, yeah, you always have to, take the good stuff, even with the losses, and not overreact and just understand it's football. I mean, this is not a full complement of what we have to offer. When you have, no O-line and no receivers, I don't care if you have Brady. That doesn't mean you're going to win every game. Yeah, and it shows you, if you guys didn't appreciate Butker before, now you're starting to realize life after Butker, life before Butker, or life with injured Butker, and how desperately he changes the game. Like that game you could have won with him, you know what I mean, with just a couple field goals. And it shows you, like, Butker is so valuable to the team, like Justin Tucker is, and McPherson. Like, when you have a great kicker, that's why I feel kickers should be paid third or fourth highest. You're scoring sometimes all the points for the team when they can't score anything by field goals or extra points. So it's like, why are kickers not valued that way? They get paid like 15th most, like the last. Why? They should be at the top 5, especially if they're really good. Like Justin Tucker, $30 million a year. Who cares? You're paying these other guys $50 million. Let's give a kicker $30 million a year instead of getting them like 5, right? I don't know. That doesn't sound crazy to me. I think it would be awesome. I would be an advocate for that for sure. See? All right. But some people, they want instant gratification, instant results. They want instant everything. I want to win, like Denver, it's within the first 3 years, but they're definitely behind the 8 ball and they don't look good together with Hackett in this offense. And Russell looks injured to me. Like his thumb is still fucked up or something, but yeah, you just have to be able to see it from a different point of view. Yep. And usually that gut instinct, and I felt the same way also. I thought, you know what? This is a trap game because, all right, you're coming out pretty good and you've been easy breezy cover girl. And all of a sudden you're on the road, not at home, and you're playing a team that's fucking hungry, that doesn't even have a win yet, that his job is on the line. And if they come and bring, a really strong, passionate performance, that maybe that team that's not as good brings their A game and treats the game as like a AFC championship game instead of a regular season game. And that's exactly what happened. And yeah, I think that when you have those instinctual feelings, when you have those are true. Like that first gut feeling where, yeah, we're going to win, or you know what? I don't really feel good about this game. And when you don't feel good about a game, that's usually the ones that you lose. It's that instinctual, okay, we're better than the Colts, but maybe they're hungrier than us. And maybe we come in a little cocky. The fan base is thinking that we're going 15-2, or, some people are the undefeated and then, okay, well, let's pump the brakes a little bit. This is football. So. Right. For sure. But I'm just saying, yeah, we want to rest him. Like, imagine if he was healthy this year. You don't lose that game. You know what I'm saying? Like that impact of having not, Reed or not the backup that you have now, but, just having your top 3 kicker, into my eyes, I mean, the lowest I can put Butker is 5, and that's if you're being a hater. I mean, it goes Justin Tucker, McPherson, and then I would go probably Butker and then Koo from the Falcons. Those are the best kickers in football right now, to me. I mean, if I'm going to pick a kicker, I want Koo because he's got soccer leg. He's awesome. Butker, he's got finesse, right? Justin Tucker is the GOAT, just like Adam Vinatieri, right? And McPherson is the new one. He's the brand new guy that's going to be the next Justin Tucker, more than likely. Maybe a little bit more upside than even Butker or Koo. And that's saying something. Those Florida kids, they're kind of good. So I miss them. I had him in fantasy and, it's rough. But luckily I have Koo and I got him in time. So at least I have another top 5 kicker. So I lucked out there. And it's also good to look at life that way, instead of negative and blaming, just try to find some kind of sweet spot. You're hurting, but don't be just negative and make everything 10 times worse. Just understand it's bad, but things are going to get better. So yeah, I even thought it was a trap game. And when you feel those trap game things come, you have to listen to that vibe, because when people are smart, we go against our own team. We're not dumb. We're not going to be like, Chiefs are going to win every single game. Chiefs. You have to think, okay, this could be an opportunity for a loss. And that's where the intelligent football fans and the people that can predict and make money, those are the people that have these feelings. And I don't know if it's just like empaths or, you have more empathy or sympathy, or you see things differently. But I think a lot of people, when you can read people and you can read situations, I mean, a lot of people saw that and it's like, oh, the Colts, 1-1. Should they be that record? No. Are they better than what they look? Yeah. Right. But when they didn't have any starters playing, they got crushed by the Jags. So then, okay, if you lose to the worst team in football, 24-0, and they've been the worst team in football for 2 years with the first pick in the draft, that's where Chiefs Kingdom, the fan base, and not every fan, but some fan base, members got cocky and said, yeah, we're going to fuck them up. We're going to fuck them up. And what you have to look at is the past history of the team. It's not about losing to the Jags 24-0. You don't think an NFL team can turn it around? They're just going to be moping and be like, oh, woe is me. We lost 24-0. They're going to get over it. And they're going to bring their A game, and they're going to bring their Super Bowl, AFC championship attitude to the game. And sometimes that's just enough to win. Your team's not as good, but then Jelani Wood scores 2 times and a bunch of bad shit happens to the Chiefs. And if you can take advantage, and lean on Uncle Mo and that momentum in that crowd, it put him over the edge. Yeah, but I totally felt it was trapped. But it's also, if you actually know the history of the Colts and that Colts Chiefs, that's the team that really gives them problems. And it doesn't matter if it's now, 10 years from now, Andrew Luck, it's just those teams have had some epic. Remember Luck and Alex Smith and the playoff game? All kinds of stuff. So, yeah. Right. And you don't, and when you're Butker, you don't do that. Butker will occasionally miss a field goal or maybe occasionally an extra point, like rare, but yeah. I mean, the game is 20-17. He makes everything 21-20. You win by 1. That's the difference. And their most matchups are settled by 7 points or less. So why the hell are we not paying kickers more money in this league instead of disrespecting them and treating them like a knockoff fake football player? Because that's what they treat people like. Oh, he's a punter. He's a kicker. He's a fake football player. He's not a football player. We should reverse that mentality. Is these guys are the most valuable. Like if you don't got one, you're screwed and you're not going to do shit. You're not going to win playoff games, let alone regular games. Maybe we got to be field goal kicker and punter advocates, offensive lineman advocates, defense. I mean, those things are the things that win the ultimate prize. It's not the offense all the time. Chief. Yeah. Kicked ass today. See, look at that. Is that surprising? And like I said, Washington State and Oregon, it doesn't matter. I could be 6-0. Washington State would be 0-6. But then if we lose, I'm telling Duck fans, we could lose. Pump the brakes on thinking we're going to win 30-0. If you've never watched a Washington State game, then those are the people that don't know anything. And they're just oh, we're going to win every game, the same amount of points. And yeah. Yeah, and plus you guys aren't full strength. No Willie Gay, me not playing with Julio, Godwin, or Evans. You can celebrate that win, but it's that's not my team. I don't have Gronk, and my offensive line is screwed. But I mean, I need to have at least one good player out there catching the damn football. So. Yes, you should have not. No fakes. This is the Colts. This is not the team to do a fake on. You think that they're not going to know that's coming? You know what I mean? Like when you're going to do a fake, for example, you do it if you're playing the Giants, if they're a bad team. This year, they're pretty good. The Jets, you're doing it against a bad team. You don't do it against the Colts. But maybe they were just feeling froggy, right? Yeah, crazy. Yeah, I needed the grave diggers and the defense to step up, but just a game in mud. It's okay, you lose them. I'm not going to overreact. It's a loss. I'll take it. But most teams when they're losing 3 or 4 of their offensive linemen and no starting receivers, yeah, guess what? They would lose too, even if they had Brady or no Brady. I mean, how many teams can win? Even if I had my full offensive line. But let's be honest, how many teams could honestly win a game if all 3 starting wide receivers didn't play for your team? I mean, depending on who you're playing, maybe a bad team, you can kind of keep it close. But in most cases, if you don't have your 1, 2, or 3 playing, I mean, it's a 2% chance you win. I mean, it is a throwing league. You can't count on wide receivers 6, 7, and 8, having 100-yard games. That's crazy. And that's the team you don't want to play because even though you're better than them, they feel confident against you and they can play that underdog role. So if you go to the playoffs, that's the one team you don't want to play. Because you could have 14 wins and the Colts could have 10, and then you could be 14-3. They could be 10-7, last team in the wild card, and then win. And then, and be, oh, I told you so. Like, they'll have more. Well, they're playing Tampa Bay. Well, Tampa's defense is pretty good. So, but maybe the Chiefs will win. God, what's up with the schedule? I got to play the Chiefs already. And the Chiefs are like, damn, we just played this Colts and now we got to play Tampa. But I mean, it depends if we're full strength or not. So, yeah, Mac Jones. I'm praying for his ankle, man. You want me to send mine in the mail to you so you can get him the care package? His ankle, yeah, that doesn't look good. I even picked a Patriot player for you, Tien Jose. Jacoby Myers was injured, so I went for Nelson Aguilar, and just for a one-time only play. And I thought that maybe he could get 10 points or more at my flex, just because Jacoby Myers was injured, and he went 6 for 6 with over 100 yards and a TD the previous week. I thought that's a lock. I'm going to be able to get at least something there, and he just couldn't get enough looks, and they went to Devontae Parker and others instead, and then he got hurt. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's a long season. Good teams lose to bad teams lose to good, and sometimes it's just a crazy fucking matchup. Yeah, I definitely wish there was more points in this game, but the NFL compared to any other sport, NBA, baseball, hockey, it's not the same. NFL, it's just the competition level is so close that, I mean, there's nothing else to describe it. Baseball, you have your top tier and then there's mid-level, but even a bad team has a better chance to win in the NFL than any other sport. A bad NHL team, it's harder. Bad NBA team, it's harder. Bad baseball team, it's harder, but it can be done, right? But when you're a bad football team, like, you're a lot closer than a bad to like average. There's not that big gap because there's like so much kind of parity in the league on how it is from the elites and greats. There's one in the fridge underneath. All right, showing highlights here of the Raiders. 0-3 Raiders. And people are like, how are the Raiders 0-3? It's called offensive line and defense. Offensive line and defense. Tien Jose. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Sorry about your Patriots, bro. I even had Jacoby Myers at one point. It's like I'm just trying to look for points sometimes. And I don't discriminate against the Cowboys or the Patriots. Shit, I'm playing the Cowboy defense. I picked them up because I knew the Bills got injured and I need a backup plan. And even though the Bills scored 18 and 21 in fantasy, they have a bunch of guys hurt now. Micah Hyde is out for the year. Tre'Davious White still on the PUP list. Ed Oliver and a bunch of other starters. Half the starters are injured for Buffalo. So they went from scoring 18 to 22 to like 6. So good thing I didn't start them. And the Cowboys are going to get me probably 8 to 15 points. So I'm sitting pretty good. But hey, I grabbed guys like that. I grabbed Cowboy D and even had Nelson Aguilar, but it didn't work out. And I just hope your QB is okay. Let's give a little photo for Mac Jones. Hopefully his ankle is not completely torn off the limb and bone. I'll give you some, because that's tough. I don't wish that upon any enemy I have. I don't want your starting quarterback to go down with an injury. I don't wish injuries on anybody. That's bad juju. Prayers up for Mac Jones, and I'm not even being sarcastic at all. I'm just for real. Like, I don't like seeing it. It irks me when I see injuries in football because I understand like rehab and how hard it is to come back mentally. It's not easy unless you're like one of those special gifted people that can just hype yourself up no matter what. Like, still, you need good friends and family around you to help through the tough times. That's facts. Jeez. Get better, brother. Thank you for the dono, Jose. Panthers, dude, are you kidding me? You beat the Saints, and even if Jameis has a broken back, I mean, how many people actually picked the Panthers to beat the Saints? No one. Even Panther fans are like, hell, we're doing this? Is this what's going to happen? You know, because you knew the Saints are pretty good, even if they lost to the Bucks. And they had injuries. They had, Landry, Michael Thomas. They had just bad play. But you got to give the Panthers credit for winning at home, and you don't want to be 0-3. So it was a desperation game at home. It's kind of like what we saw there in Denver. It's like, and the Colts, when you're desperate, sometimes a desperate team that's not as talented can beat a better team if they're hungry enough and they're willing to put the effort. If you got everyone on point, you can be a shittier team and beat a real good team at home when you're desperate. And that's what happened. And I don't think the Panthers are shitty, but I'm just giving that example. So I'm just spitting the facts, I'm giving you that information that every person in the room already knows, but we just don't talk about it. And sometimes we got to shed light on offensive linemen, kickers, coaching, decision-making, clock management, player management. But you know what I mean? I'm not an idiot. I know you guys watch it too, but you could have like the worst team in football, right? Beat, a mid-level team, a playoff team, even the best team in the NFL. I mean, it's just crazy, but it happens. And then usually the scores are close. I mean, there's a blowout here and there, but look at how many games are typically 10 points or less, how many are 7 points or less, or 8 points or less, and how many that are 4 points or less, or 3 or less. Sometimes it comes down to 2 or 3 points. Why aren't we valuing kickers more? You tell me. They need to put me on the NFL committee. I can make sure I get things going. Yeah. There you go. And sometimes when you feel it, like I already knew Derek Johnson was going to be good for you guys. I watched him at Texas. I was like, oh, and when you drafted him, I already knew he was going to be a stud. Sometimes you just know for sure. How did Juju do today, in your opinion? Based on what you've read, I mean, it's just about getting rapport and chemistry, keeping it going. Yeah, 5 receptions for 89 yards. That's solid. Let's look at a Juju on the beat. Team Juju. The enemy. Juju. Yeah, dude, that was ugly, bro. Niner loss for you, but they'll be fine. They'll bounce back. The Niners always bounce back because they're mentally tough. They're like the Chiefs. Nothing can put them down. When you have an organization that's run like the way that the Niners and Chiefs are run, you don't have to worry about problems. Obviously this was a kind of an issue in the offseason, right? Wanting to get paid for doing running back and wide receiver. So he should. And if you're not going to pay him, don't have him. You want to make sure you're getting compensated for your talents, right? You'll be good. Obviously, you have times where Jimmy looks great. And then other times you have where Jimmy steps out and gets a safety, or he makes a horrible throw. And you're like, no wonder they drafted Trey Lance. So sometimes he looks like a top 16 quarterback, or he looks like the worst quarterback in the league with his decision making. Sometimes in the fourth quarter, Jimmy G is the worst. And that sucks because I don't want to see the Niners suck. I want to see you guys win. I want to see you guys do great. I want to see you guys win a Super Bowl. I mean, I was a Niner kid growing up. So I have a piece of me always rooting, Niners, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, John Taylor, Brent Jones, Tom Rathman, Romanowski, Merton Hanks. I mean, come on, man. Dion, Ken Norton. Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Trent Williams. Yeah, Raiders 0-3 surprises me, but doesn't surprise me because if you have problems on the O-line, right, and the defense, you do get exposed, and you get exposed very quickly. And also, if you play some decent teams, you gotta have defense, you gotta have secondary, you gotta have. I mean, that's the most important thing: O-line and defense. You can build around everything else. If you start off with quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, it's gonna be a lot harder for you. But if you build the core, the battle in the trenches, O-line and D-line first, then linebacker, then safety, then corner, then you can build a masterpiece, and you don't have to overpay, and you can build something special. That's facts. Yeah, if Juju can turn into like a Tyreek role as being like the number one guy solidified, that would be big for you guys. What it do, bro? Good game. A lot of players were injured. Hey, and definitely, the scoreboard showed that. But yeah, good luck in the season, bro. Yeah, ugly game. I already knew we were going to lose, regardless if the penalty happened or not with the 2-point conversion. Even if we were on the inch-yard line, we weren't going to get that. I could just tell the vibe. I even predicted it. I was like, nope, we're not getting it. It's like we were lucky to even get the touchdown. We didn't even deserve that. Like, that's the game, like sometimes you just know. You can be cocky fan and act like everything is supposed to happen or that's how it's supposed to be. But you can tell when you're getting your ass kicked, you're like, oh, fuck, you know it. This, sometimes it's just a battle just to get a first down or just to stop them, on the run. You're not going to be, pick sixing every time like this. You want it to pick six, fumble for touchdown, make big sack lunches, but barefoot mock. Yeah, Lions are easy to root for. Lions, Jags, Jets. I mean, the bad teams, it's easy to root for the bad teams, except we're not going to root for the Browns because of Deshaun Watson, right? We're not going to do that. I can't root for Deshaun Watson. I mean, I guess I can root for the Browns organization, I guess. But, I mean, just the fact of all that stuff that happened with them, I'm not really rooting for them. If it was between the Browns and the Jags, I'm Jags. If it's Browns and Jets, I'm Jets. Browns, Giants. I mean, Browns is the very bottom. Like, I actually want the Texans to have success, but you just traded away like too many Hall of Fame people. And it looks like we got some nice monster donos that I just noticed that are about 20 minutes old. Cyberpunk coming through. A lot of things didn't happen today that were promised, but we do have some goats that always take care of me. Cyberpunk with a big dono, and Holly Hundo with a dono, a big one as well. Cyber coming through. Oh my. What is that? Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Orion is dumb and just noticed it, but it's been in there for probably 30 minutes. Baby. Cyber. And then we'll go, Holly. We got Cyber with 100, Holly with a 20. You guys are the best. Appreciate you guys. It was pretty rough, too, in that first stream, so that definitely helps a lot. Cyberpunk giving me the Walter White treatment, stacks on stacks for your boy and Paisley. She says, woof, woof, thank you. Bang, bang. My brother, thank you so much, brother. Cyber. That's huge. Thank you, Cyber. He's been very busy. Very, very busy with work. I don't expect him to be here every day, but when he is here, and then now Chief will Chief. Now we need Shepard and a few others, but I just like it when you guys can all interact with each other. It's one thing to be able to be the host, but to be able to see, you interact with me as well as the people in the room. That's what makes me smile the most, because I know there's a lot of people that look forward to talking to people like Holly and Cyber. Very interesting people. And whenever they come in the room, it's always a better vibe. And when they're both in the room, it's like I'm on cloud nine. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm interviewing celebrities or something. Like, I'm not the host. I'm interviewing them. That's how I feel. Special people too, genuine people. Space Kitty baby, $20. And obviously it's always Cyber and always the Space Kitty. It's always Holly Hundo. And we've had others step up like Mr. Williams as well. Been very, very consistent. And yeah, you guys are fantastic. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. I wouldn't be able to do it. I appreciate you. Space Kitty. Boom, baby. And also a barefoot mic. Boom. Barefoot. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. He's, I want to get on this. I'm not going to just let people donate 100 into 20 and I can't do nothing. Thank you very much, Barefoot Mike. Thank you, Barefoot. That means a lot. Well, what do we want to do for pictures for Cyber, Barefoot, and Holly? You guys put some recommendations down. I can do sport figures. I can do food. I just want to show my love and gratitude for you guys. And if I ever make a promise and I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And you guys hold me to that. And I don't feel like I'm even have to ask you to hold me to it. But I know if I say I'm going to make a promise, I am going to do it. If I say I'm going to get a, starter jacket for Cyber and Holly, they're not going to get a pencil in the mail. It's going to happen. So I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. The super goats, they are. Mr. Williams is kind of getting into that category too. Mr. Williams is right there. If there's like a three amigos, I think Mr. Williams is three, based off a lot of his generosity to the channel and the vibe as well. Oh, see? Oh, that's the one. Yeah. See, you're 2 out of 3. Well, the one that the person quit, I mean, that's not you. You know what I'm saying? So. Well, that's true. For your sake, you could use pencils, but you know what I mean. So what do we want to do, ladies and gents? And thank you for saving the day, because like I said, it was extremely rough with like views and subs, and I think we hit 25 in like 4 hours or 3.5 hours for the Packer and Bucks. So we definitely made up for not only that game, but also we're you have some amazing people in here doing amazing things. So basically can get a new bone and some dog food and whatnot. Appreciate you guys. You guys are tremendously amazing people, and I appreciate you tremendously. You want some Tommy here? I need to delete some of these photos. I can get some Tommy up there. I can do some food. Anyone's favorites on what they want to see. Could be TV show, movie, favorite movie from the 80s or 90s or TV show. I'm just making sure everyone's going to be mentally okay as we go into Monday. You had a shitty Saturday or Sunday? Come in here, hang out for a little bit. Things will get better. Oh, not a weird request. I'm glad that you actually brought that up. Animals is awesome to start with. We can do food. And I like it when we do rock stars, or, we can always do like the sports and the wrestling and the food. But when we can do something more specific, like TV shows from the 80s or favorite movies from the 80s or 90s or animals, that's always a good way to start. Great choice. Munchkin cats. I don't know what a munchkin cat is, but I'm about to find out. Oh my gosh. Look at these. They're like so tiny.
At Duracell, we're obsessed with bringing a better battery to life. New Duracell with power boost ingredients helps this mobile spin longer. The longer this mobile spins, the longer you have to snag a power nap.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. But the good things, love what you do. You'll never work a day in your life. But that will root for full-time fans. Root for those with a fighting spirit.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
Want to leg up on your fantasy league?
We gotta make sure people are locked in.
Our experts have all the info you need to dominate your league. This guy is a bona fide stud. NFL Fantasy Lock.
These things are like baby cats. Like, oh my gosh. Some of the photos are, I don't know if though they probably won't format, but I'll try. Ooh, I'm gonna try to do. Now, do these cats cost more because of the special like label being a munchkin cat, or? I mean, these are like the cutest things ever. Like, what am I looking at here? Just like a bunch of amazing looking baby cats doing like amazing baby cat things. I mean, that's what I'm looking at.
From customer to customized. Bank locally, live simply. With Consolidated Community Credit Union. Come see the Royal Caribbean.
Oh my gosh. They just keep getting better. Oh my God. What is happening to me right now? Oh. Like, I honestly haven't seen an ugly cat at any of these. I mean, I don't know how many cats can really be ugly. I guess some are not as cute as others, but
That's pretty good. That's nasty. I felt like he stole it from a teammate there. Oh, but he wasn't going to get that anyway. There were 3 defenders. Got that. That's good work. Here's some great work. Tip the cap to Aaron Donald. 100 career sacks. John Randall is the only interior defensive lineman to get that done.
I got to step my game up. All right, so we go here, like hiding, like underneath the covers, right? We call this hide and seek cat, right? You can't find me. I can see you. I see you moving, okay? And then the curious cat, look at me. Look at my whiskers. Give me a kiss. Give me food. Pet me. Love me. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Cat tongue. That's game over. How do you top that? Cat tongue? Yeah, Doug Peterson doesn't get enough credit. I think everyone assumed he was going to fail, and he's kicking ass. Especially when you're the worst team. Like, good for him, though. I like seeing people succeed. I don't like seeing people lose. I don't root for people to lose. I root for people to win. I root for people to make the best version of themselves happen in reality. Too many haters out there as it is. Love this request. Yes, you do. You do. Exactly. 500 to 1,000. Wow. I mean, they're cute. I mean, it's just like having a little, like a miniature version of a cat. The baby. Oh. What's her name? You always have a connection with animals no matter what, when they're here and when they're not. If you have love and you gave love and you got love back, that's not something that no one ever forgets, especially when it's like loyal love like that. Ah, that sucks. I remember when I had to do my purebred Samoyed. I only had one dog growing up, and I got it when I was like 5, and it made it till about when I was 20, 21. And yeah, it was very, very difficult for sure. Ulcers, and it is white, it had blood on the fur. I mean, it was a very tough moment for me and my mom for sure. So, but sometimes you have to, be able to move on, and sometimes moving on is another love that you can give. And, sometimes you get your heart captured by another love. And I definitely got that love bug with Paisley. So that's for sure. Jilly, best little cat. Shout out to Jilly. Oh, she's in cat heaven, playing with some yarn and going through some kind of cat obstacle course. Yeah, especially like if you are like a vet or you have a connection with animals, humane society, or you're just a fucking kind person that just likes, things that are loyal and, that show love. And I mean, cats and dogs, I mean, obviously them are the most common, and you need to have that in your life. I feel that if you don't have a cat or dog, you're really missing out on life. I mean, it really does add a whole nother responsibility element, but also too, you get such like reward. Even though there's some crazy times where you're picking up shit and you're, picking up stuff that's got ruined and, stuff got damaged, but it's like a human, it's your family. So I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah, I always do that too. Like I don't even I do from like water bottle stuff. Like I try to make sure I take care of Beza. I try to make sure she never is thirsty or hungry. I'm always making sure that poops, try to get everything picked up and walked, and make sure she's getting treats and proper attention as much as I can, even though I grind on here like a mofo, but a lot of it is for her, obviously for my legacy and stuff, but I love spending time with you guys. Oh my God, I found Praying Kitty.
I know, Denver, you're 2-1. I know you're right up there with Kansas City atop the AFC West. I get it. What is happening in this offense? This does not look like the Russell Wilson I saw for a decade in Seattle.
Yeah, and this is not the Russ that I've competed against, right? I'm on the Russ bandwagon because I played against him. I know how electric he can be when that ball is in his hands. But something doesn't look right, Chris. Like, this does not look like Russell Wilson. I said kind of jokingly watching this game, this is Space Jam to football version. Did Tua take Russ's ability and rock down Tua's ability? Because that's kind of what it's looking like right there. Tua is slinging this thing all over, and Russ just kind of looks just like he's going backwards with Russ. And I don't know what I'm looking at, but this is not not the Russell Wilson that leads us to believe that Denver's going to somehow make a run in this playoff.
So they make a massive trade for him, give up players, draft picks.
I think Russell Wilson might be hurt because the delivery, everything about what he's doing is off. It might be that thumb.
And it feels clunky. It feels like he's thinking. It feels like he's not comfortable. What made Russ so great, and what aren't you seeing right now?
Well, I think what made Russ so great.
That's my love to you, NWSF family. Dear O-Dog, I pray that your channel is successful. I love you. I love you. I love you. Meow. Love your family. Oh, thank you. Yeah, better ropes than electrical cords. That is true. Once you have a cat or a dog or a puppy or a kitty, I mean, your fucking shit is ruined. Like some of your stuff is not. Yeah, I try to find good stuff for you, Holly. Holly or Cyber, I'm trying to find the best stuff.
There's all sorts of problems. They have clock management issues. They brought in somebody to deal with that over the last few days. With all that being said, they're 2-1. So at least if you have to figure it out, it's better to be 2-1 than 0-3 is what I would say.
No doubt.
For the Niners, we talked about it last week. They lose Trey Lance for the year. Jimmy Garoppolo, we know what they got. This is another game, just like week 1 in Chicago, which I get was in a monsoon, but still felt like they had the game in hand, and they're looking up at the scoreboard, and they're sitting here 1-2. How?
Yeah, just mistakes in critical moments, right? You got Jimmy G under center. He almost snap. I don't know if that's the center fault or Jimmy G if he pulls out too early. There's just to see the backside drop of Kareem Jackson, right? Even at the end of the game, right? Like you gotta know that pass rush is coming. You don't have Trent Williams at your left tackle position. Just get that ball out your hand. And then you got Jeff Wilson right here. Just critical mistakes at the wrong point in football games, and you can't win like that. I mean, this is the reason why Kyle Shanahan wanted to see what do we have in Trey Lance, because we kind of already know what Jimmy G's ceiling is. And it's a pretty good ceiling. I mean, this team has been to a Super Bowl.
Right, and been this close to
They're competed down in and down out. And with Jimmy G, you do always have a chance.
Next Monday night, they will play host to the Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams. So San Francisco loses by a single point. How many points is the safety? 2. I hate the
All right, where do we want to go next? Where do we want to go next? I'll let you guys decide. I mean, some of the other ones aren't going to be as good. I mean, that one I really like. I was like, oh my, that's good. All of them are like very unique. Most of them fit the screen. This one was too good for me not to. I mean, that just a little bit, not full screen, but close. But that's just money. Cute colors too. Like I like the gray and the white. That's a pretty color for a cat. It's like snow rabbit or some kind of Alaska looking cat. Cool cat. Praying cat. It's like, dear sports gods, please let Orion make it big. Please, please, please. Love, Little Kitty. Yeah. All right, where are we going next, Fanatic fam? Should we do food? Oh, what kind of food? We definitely need to do food before I go. What should we do for food to make sure we go out on a good note? What sounds good tonight? Burgers, pizza, Chinese food, breakfast food, lunch, dinner.
I mean, that's how you play if you're DB. If you're in that trail position, play the receiver, let him catch it and then disrupt his hands. Great job.
Bill settled for a field goal and a 3-point lead. Remember on Monday night, Matt Milano had a pick six against Tennessee. Should have had another one. Missed opportunities by the Bills. We'll be talking about it in just a few minutes. As Buffalo cannot cash in. Still Buffalo with a 17-14 lead in the fourth. Tyler Bass, he's made 14 straight field goal attempts on the run. Oh, graphics people, do not do this to this kid. Yeah, it always happens, Steve. Always. So remains a Buffalo 3-point lead. But here comes Tua. It's 3rd and 22. We can't let Jalen Waddle get past the knee.
Are you? Yeah, I'll let you guys decide whatever you want. Where else do where do you want to go, Sarah? You want to see food? Where do you want to go in food? And then we can always continue with food after food, or we can go to something else. I don't mind. Whatever you guys want is what I'll do. I cater to you guys. You know, whatever you guys want to do, I will take care of you. Oh, breakfast burrito. That sounds good. I had an omelet today. Remember, I was craving an omelet, and we've been looking at omelets. I actually had a omelet and some potatoes, onion, and green pepper. It was quite delicious, actually. I thought it was going to make my stomach like all messed up, but it didn't. It didn't. So it was pleasant, actually having like that type of vibe and not having like stomach problems after. It was like, okay, I'm good. Like, good. Sometimes breakfast burritos are better than normal burritos because of what's in it. Like, you know, sometimes having that meat and then that egg and stuff, that combo that you're normally not going to get in a normal burrito, just those like breakfast ingredient stuff. Like, yeah, that sometimes does hit the spot.
Two plays later, 22 ticks left. Allen, Gabriel Davis. Flag down, the holding on Taylor Westbury in the middle. That goes to 10 yards back. That's now 18 ticks left. Allen somehow keeps it alive. He hits McKenzie in the middle. He's in the middle of the field. There's no back out left. Get to that side. Get out. No. Okay, swat it. Swat them alive. Get out there. Spike it. Spike people. And Miami runs out of time. Actually, Buffalo Miami wins the game.
Crepes and waffles. Let's do that too, bro. Fondue, deviled eggs, buffalo wings, salad, cherry dressing, goat cheese. You know what's awesome? I don't know if any of you guys eat that type of stuff, but if you go to Safeway or whatever and you go to the one section where they do like the food for the Chinese food and where you can get like meats and potato salad and stuff, like behind it, they'll have a place where they have like goat cheese, and sometimes it'll be like raspberry flavored goat cheese. And what you do is you get like wheat thins, and then you put a spread on that and eat that with the goat cheese with the wheat thins, and it's like a raspberry cheese with like a Triscuit, but usually you'll use like wheat thins. Oh my god, it's like an awesome snack to have, and it actually tastes really good. Like, I'm not sure. I didn't know if you guys were on that goat cheese tip, but it's definitely one of those like kind of oddball things that once you learn about it and you actually have the right combination of cracker and obviously cheese spread, then you're like, oh, okay. Cornbread croutons, ganache, chicken, salmon. Wow, you got everything. Almond raspberry with buttercream frosting. Oh my god, sounds delicious. I could use this in my life maybe tomorrow. All right, man. If you have to take a little sleepy sleep, no worries. You want me to get you a waffle before I go, or a crepe? At least wait for that. Open your eyes. Open one eye with your finger and just like stare at it with one eyeball while I put this up for you. It's coming up on the screen, whether you like it or not. Yeah.
You know, it's still not good enough for me, Chris. And I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy who always says, hey, if you do this, I got you. Okay, now you did that, but I still need to see this too. And so, you know, with me, it's the experience.
Chief. He says, I need a waffle for my one eyeball that's open. Boom. Now your eyes are both open. And your boy is good. Got to get on that ancient alien tip, brother. Oh, yeah. Your boy's good. Boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka.
So they need to win up in Buffalo for you to say,
Absolutely. Absolutely. They need to win Buffalo.
Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, dog, you slam dunk that shit. Take it easy, brother. Appreciate you. Really? Best you've ever had? Really? I do like sweet and savory too. See, Chief O'Chief is like, oh, he's like, okay. Num 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 num. See, that's what happens. All you need is that one picture to just get it started, and then you're like, oh, okay. I mean, maybe you're just kind of falling asleep and you're not into cats so much. Chief O'Chief is like, cats are great, but I need to see some fucking breakfast stuff. All right, that's what this guy does. I got you. It's all good. I mean, I'm going to end the stream in 29 minutes anyways. So I'm just doing 5 hours. I figured I already did like 3.5, 4 earlier. I figured spend some time with the people that I want to spend time with. And a good way for me, for my mental health, to end on some really beautiful looking food while I hang out with some amazing, beautiful people in the room that actually are true supporters of NWSF, Paisley, and each other in the room. I mean, that's a big thing, that to have you guys get along with each other, and we make sure that we support each other. Yeah, absolutely.
okay, so he would get the ball back eventually. Oh, that's easy base. Okay, so a couple plays later, this is a short field goal for Amendola, 34-yarder. At least it'll give us.
Hop in the DeLorean with your boy. Breakfast is like almost like an experience. It's like can be life changing. Like you can have lunch and you can have dinner, but I mean, nothing hits better than breakfast for dinner when you haven't done it in a long time. Like you're just used to eating lunch menu stuff and dinner menu stuff, but sometimes when you can go all out with some kind of feast and it's breakfast and you have it for dinner, look at your face in the mirror after you make everything or eat it, and you'll notice how much happier you are. I don't know what it is, but something about breakfast food, it's especially eating it when you're not supposed to. I don't think I get happier for any other food like that I'm not supposed to eat, and you eat it late. It tastes better. I don't know what it is. Sometimes when you're hungover, food will taste better in the morning. That's absolutely for sure. But I think when you're not like hungover and you're just like preparing food and you can just have like a good meal that's better than you think it's going to be, it's that. I'll even throw an egg on there for good measure for you.
That's just who I am. We were in a tough situation. I believe it was like second or third and 20 or something like that. And
probably the smart decision was to just take the lead. We had got the ball at a half, let's just go to halftime. But I'm always gonna be wanting to score, and I pretty much just said, let me have a chance at it. And then he was just like, let's get back in our locker room and we'll get something going for the next half. And I guess I don't know if that's an altercation, but I mean that was the end of the conversation.
Off the box for the Ravens trying to get right after blowing that 21-point lead to Miami. Back Jones.
Oh, hurry. Nom, 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 nom. Looking good. You know who looks good? You guys. You guys look good. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you. Oh, it's okay. You know, I appreciate when you come in. I was kind of hoping that we could get like Chief Will Chief, Shep, Mr. Williams, Holly, Cyber, like everybody, like, you know, on one of these days, but everyone is so busy. But if we can end up getting a lot of them together and even having you and Cyber in the room at the same time is, it's awesome. I mean, I get excited when you come in the room, but when we can get both of you guys in the room, I mean, more goats, the better. You just want to see what everyone's up to. Yeah, they used to say that about me, except crepes, it was creep. Beautiful looking crepe. Just joking. All the crepes are good, bro. It depends on how you get the crepes done, though. Like, you have to make sure that you go to a place, an establishment that knows what they're doing. Because there's good crepes and there's bad. Just like waffles and pancakes. We appreciate you tremendously. More than you know. Oh, Harry. Thank you. Appreciate you. A bang, 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 bang. All the cats, all the time. I like the color of this cat a lot. I don't mind other colors, white or burgundy, but that's just a neat looking color combo with the black and the white and the gray. It's like, looks like it's like painted on, like shaded, like an artist made the cat. Cool looking cat. How could you look at that cat and not love that cat? Impossible. Thank you, Hurry. What's the vibe of Chiefs Twitter right now? Are they like in dismay? Some people are smart enough to understand like what they witnessed or what they saw. Some people are overreacting. Some people are probably talking shit about players that they shouldn't. You know, it's a long season. I appreciate you. The grind is real. The grind is always hard. The grind is tough. You know, I'm used to having things not go my way, you know, being hated on and false promises and all kinds of stuff, but I can always count on NWSF and people like Holly and, you know, the goats. You guys do everything. You guys are everything. And yeah, I just, you know, I'm used to YouTube hating. I'm used to certain, you know, things falling through the cracks and whatnot, but you know, I'm always going to work hard for you guys. And it's a pleasure to be able to work for people like you guys. And, you know, this can be something fun for all of us. And, you know, been working at this for a long time too. So it's got to keep going. It's got to keep going. The cat was praying for Tommy and Tommy appeared. A Tommy and a pancake. A Tommy and a pancake. It's a good combo. Pancake, pancake, pancake. Tommy. And Tommy. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Because it's one of those things I think psychologically, that's why I love Thanksgiving so much, is because I don't eat stuffing. I don't eat, like, that's not a regular thing I eat. Mashed potatoes and gravy, I don't eat that. And having those certain, like, foods only once or twice a year with the turkey and the ham and, Easter or Thanksgiving, I like that stuff a lot just because I don't eat it very much. And I think, like, even sometimes, like, breakfast, think about, like, you have to go out of your way to do it. It's not something that just, you can order it, but it's not the same when someone else makes it. But if you make it yourself or try to, or with your, significant other or a friend or by yourself, whoever, and I don't know, it's just like the final product. It's like, I don't know, you just get way more satisfaction out of eating it at nighttime. And, you can just put on a good movie or show, Netflix or Hulu, and just have a, nice little bite of sausage, and links, not the patties, and, have the pancakes and the waffles or the crepe or grilled cheese sandwich or, just something. I mean, grilled cheese is more like a lunch thing, but I mean, you can technically eat grilled cheese sandwich all day long. You can eat breakfast, grilled cheese, right? Lunch, grilled cheese, dinner, grilled cheese. So. Light orange and white face. Let me look.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. There's no question. It's something that I would recommend.
Everyone can be more innovative. With some of that and a whole lot of this. Meet our exclusive dead and scratch.
Let me know if this looks like what you're talking about or if I'm off. It's all kinds of shades of orange and white. Let's take a look.
Your pregame headquarters for Cowboys Giants. Mary Jones is hoping for a QB controversy. Giants fans are hoping for a totally
like that?
third straight win. Well, that's what they want.
Like this or no?
Want to build a smarter
small little legs.
With public.com, you can easily invest in stocks, ETFs, or crypto.
Jilly.
Unlock insights from millions of investors, traders, and analysts. Get the latest news relevant to your portfolio and beyond.
Oh, I bet Chiefs Twitter is best. Really? Who? The enemy? Oh, yeah. You can never turn your back on the enemy or Reed. Yep, and that's what makes it annoying. You get people that are bandwagon, or people think that they just know everything, and they want instant gratification. That's like, you have to understand things take time, and sometimes shit doesn't go your way, and that doesn't mean someone needs to lose their job. It's not like they could do a better job themselves. It's like, okay. Yeah, negativity, not good. I had to get away from a Buccaneer fan page on Twitter. I disbanded myself because they're just way too biased and too much shit talk about Jameis and Saints and Panthers and Falcons. I'm not about that life. I don't need to be somewhere where there's negativity, Tommy pancakes, except Tommy makes them for you. Now that would be something. Oh, doesn't it? Oh, I bet. Sarah's like, kinda. You were like, I don't want the Ballard and right God. It was like the first game. Out of here. I don't want him anymore. I was like, Sarah, it'll get better. No. First 2 weeks. Out of here. Like, they don't even exist anymore. They have billboards saying bye already after the second game. Sarah's like, out of here. I was like, what happens if you beat the Chiefs? Then do you still want them? She's like, no. But now, actually, since you won, now it's not as bad of a feeling. And that was a big win. I mean, it's one thing to lose to a bad team, but to beat a good team, that says a lot about the coaches. Oh, I'm all about the chases. I'm all about the search. How about this one? Did I get it right? This one. Oh no, AFC is not as dominant as people thought it was going to be, including me. But Raiders, right? Raiders. Offensive line, defense, boo, not good, right? It's not good, right? Chargers, Herbert got hurt, not good. Denver looks like shit, not good. Chiefs, probably the best scenario out of all the teams. You know, we still have the same ownership, still got Mahomes, still got Andy Reid, the enemy, Kelsey, Mahomes, you're good. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs, but you can always count on the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, yeah, he's the offensive coordinator. Just because Mahomes says, I want to go for it, and you don't want to, or you don't think it's right, you're not going to bow down to the quarterback. You're the offensive coordinator. Some people know football and some people don't. Victor Sploot. Yeah, send it to me. I mean, there's quite a few. I guess it just depends. I mean, there's White, and I mean, there's a bunch of cats. I want to see what the cat looked like. I do. I know this isn't right, but I saw this one. Oh, no. Sarah had no patience. She's like, I don't care. Out of here. Because everyone on Colts Twitter and Instagram, they brainwashed you. Everyone was like, fuck those guys. Get them out of here. They suck. They're done. Right? Even when guys are hurt, there's just no excuses. Just out of there. You gotta have patience. I know it's hard. The best of us do it too. You know, sometimes like you can be an incredibly patient person, and then it comes to your football team, and then nope. You know, it's like the string of patience is very, very short, especially when you're supposed to be a good team and you start off horrible. It's a long season. And sometimes other teams get hurt and you can just climb the ladder without even being better. You're just the same team, good and bad, but then the other guys are just more fucked up than you, and you get dubs even though you shouldn't because they're just hurt. So sometimes you can get better as the year goes along. Sometimes you really don't, and other people just get hurt around you. And some teams definitely improve, but only that have the elite coaches. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Colts need to. That was a must win. You know, if they didn't win, I mean, then there's gonna be way more talk at that point. Oh, yeah. Oh, yay. Awesome. Send, please. Please send to O-Dog. Please. Oh, yeah. Oh. That's what the cat looked like? You got to be kidding me. No way. That's a cute cat. Hold on. Oh, this cat is insanely cute. Are you kidding me? Look at the little button nose. Oh my gosh. Hori Kitty. And then it's spelled Horry. Hori. Hori Kitty. Okay, let's find a Hori Kitty. I mean, I'm more of a dog person. I won't lie about that. I mean, I love dogs and I love puppies more than cats. I just do. But, I mean, for some of these, I mean, oh my gosh. My goodness. If your cat looked, I mean, if I had a cat, I mean, how could you not love a face like that? There's just certain like faces of cats too. They just like, it's like hypnotize you with their eyeballs and, you know, just their head shape and just the way that they talk to you and the way they move their mouth and everything. I mean, there definitely is some like human elements to like dogs and cats that we can connect with. That is a pretty cat, I'll tell you. Oh, absolutely, I can tell. Oh, Hari. No problem. That has made my day. Thank you for sharing. Now I have a real good question that no one else will ask, but I'm going to ask. Did you find any other pieces of artwork when you were digging? Did you find any greatness while you were digging? Did you find anything else? Did you find any other drawings from back in the day? I was gonna ask you a couple days ago, but I figured I'd just wait a couple days and.
Might as well call them snow canes.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're just a dog person only and you don't like cats, I mean, after a while, once you actually see like the cute ones, I mean, yeah, like this one, I could, yeah. This is the color combination, and then the white and like the little booties and just the way the face looks and just the shading and nice chunk of white with gray and black. I mean, that's a very unique colored cat. I don't know if I've ever seen one like that before, to be honest. Not like these other ones aren't pretty. I mean, every cat has its own style and has its own little features, different colors. I mean, it's not like any of them are ugly, but that's like you pay more money for this one. Like this is the one that costs more. Okay, I understand why. Oh, I see my ESP, Hari, and the ESP. I had this. I don't know. I just had this thing. I thought that maybe you found something else. My ESP is on point, I guess. Yes, just those two. That is it. I mean, there's so many that are out there, and yours is. I mean, I can see why you fell in love with this cat. No doubt, 100%. Like, it's just got a lovable face, innocent face. Like, I just peed and shit everywhere, but you're not going to spank me or do anything bad because you love me. And you look at the cat and you're like, you know what? Yep, I do. Right? And you just like see so many cute cats, but this one, that stands out. That's a head turner. Like that could be someone that hates cats and they're like, ooh, look at this cat. That's just a beautiful colored. I don't know. It almost seems like fake to me. Like it's too cool looking of a cat. Like the color of its fur looks like someone like drew it on. Like Holly was doing some kind of artwork piece and you would come up with some greatness like this. Striking, lovable. Looks like a boy cat to me, but I'm not sure. But it gives me boy vibes, this cat. Certain cats have like female face sometimes. It kind of seems like a female. Sometimes cat looks like a little boy, like a little boy cat. Yeah, but once you have love, like I said, you get love back. I mean, there's not a better feeling than that. I mean, of course, we'd be loving to eat, food and doing that. But I can't wait. I can't wait to see. Yeah, everyone loves the art. My esp is on point. My esp is on point. Well, I hope you guys are in a better mood than what you were. Let's go down just some of the photos. Obviously, we had the Russ and obviously that right, Broncos doing their thing. Okay. And then we got some munch cats. I want to spend some time with Paisley, and I haven't really ate any food in a long time. But I can't say how thankful I am to people like you guys that are just so genuine and true. And I think it's just nice that the vibe where we can get along with each other. There's, it's a special feeling just to know that you have a crew that is special. It's like, almost like Fast and the Furious with like Vin Diesel. You see how family is important, even friends that are considered family. Like you ride or die for the people that show you love and that are honest and genuine. And if you were in a jam, they would help you. Sometimes you can get, more help than even from someone that lives in your own house or maybe down the road or a friend. Bonds come in all different shapes and sizes, even over the internet. I mean, that's true. I mean, you spend time enough with people, you get to know people, and it's special. And I appreciate you guys tremendously. I'm glad we got to go down a little bit of food. Nice little breakfast. And I know the next time I eat breakfast at night, it'll be probably the best meal in a long fucking time just because of just the attention to detail and making sure you have everything. Waffles, pancakes, sausage links, bacon, eggs, toast, sourdough, maybe some jam. Like, do it big. Sometimes you got to treat yourself. Treat yourself. And Hari's kitty. I can't wait to see some more of your pictures. Savannah cats. Should I look up Savannah cats real quick? Nothing in there, but we have plenty. The goats came through. Let me look up Savannah cat. I don't even know what that is. I like when you guys teach me new things because I already feel, oh my gosh, what? This is like part cat, part cheetah. What is this? Holy, what? What am I looking at here? Is this a animal you can have at your house? Yeah, and that's what it is. Like, even when I did the Beaver game yesterday in USC, I mean, I felt like shit. I was like, my head was spinning. I felt car sick. And, I still did the stream and it ended up being really fun. It's like sometimes you just need to get past that instant fact of like, oh, fuck, I don't feel good. And then sometimes, you just let it pass and things can get better. But this Savannah cats, I don't know what you guys are trying. What are you guys trying to do to me? You guys trying to blow O-Dog's brain right here, just like poof, right here at the end? Yeah, we definitely appreciate you guys. Yeah, I can't wait to see the pictures as well. All right, let's go. Let's take a look at some of these Savannah cats before I go. I got another 5 minutes in me or whatever. It's fine. Take a couple looks here at Savannah cats, and then we'll dip. And we'll just call it a night. 5-10 minutes, boom, we're done. But I do want to check some of these out since I can't just be like, you guys just give a suggestion and then I just like pretend I didn't read it and just bye. I'm like, I read everything. I read every comment, even the rude ones. But usually we just like give them the big Hollywood Hogan boot, right? When someone says something, like someone came in and talked shit about my hard hat when I was losing to the Packers, and just like being a troll. Then they got that right there. And Sarah's like, "Whoa!" That's what happened. What is this? This is like a cheetah with a cat head. This is not real. What is this? This is Photoshop? This is a real thing. This is not Photoshop. House pet. Has anyone ever had one? This is crazy to me. I must be just so out of the loop in the cat game, but I have never, ever seen one of these before. These are crazy. What the heck am I looking at here? They are wild. And they're called Savannah cat. And what's the Savannah? Where's that? What's the backstory on that? Like specifically the Savannah part. Like the part of area. What kind of backstory do we have here? This is crazy. Of course, it's the goats coming up with something like this to O-Dog's mind blown at the end of the stream. Okay. But I'm more of a dog person, so I don't do really a lot of research on, cat stuff. But these are crazy, like in a cool way. Not like it's like, oh my God, I don't think it's ugly or anything. It's just like, I don't know what to think. It's just like wild animal looking. They're pretty though. Like this one right here is outside on a log, and it can really looks like some kind of cheetah or like some kind of crazy animal in the wild. I got this next one's like really good representation. Savannah cat. You guys are wild. Yeah, you guys are like Mike Tyson in The Hangover. Oh, I mean my lions and Savannah cats. I knew something was off with you guys. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Savannah cat. But the head looks photoshopped though. Like they just photoshopped the head on. That's what it looks like to me. Doesn't it? Someone's really good with that Photoshop. See, look at that face. It's more of a cat. And then this one, look at the spots on it. like on its face. That one looks like more like wild animal. And then look at this. It's like a cat, but it's in a big ass body of like something that's much bigger than what the head shape is. Like the cat head is not proportionate to the body. It's like 10 times too small. Maybe that's why. Yes, they do. Yeah, I was going to say these have to be for like rich people that are like illegally housing them. They have to be exotic. Oh my gosh. It's a hybrid cat breed. It results from a cross between a serval and a domestic cat. Oh, see, you taught me something today that I always want to learn at least one thing every day, and I usually can get it from you guys. So seriously though, that looks like Predator, not like lick my face and meow in my ear, like bite my ear off, like my tongue is hanging out, and like bites my tongue or something, and like bites my nose or my eyelids or something. Yeah, that's a little wow. Like that one really looks wild with the dots on his face. Like this one's like photoshopped. This one looks like it's gonna beat the shit out of me. And then this one looks like wild animal. Like that's not a pet. Oh shit, I just found a picture with its teeth. Hell no. Oh, hell no. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, this is the serval cat. Hold on. Hold on. So that you're like, oh, get one of these, you said. Everything will be fine, you said. There will never be problems, you said. And then this is the face that you get in return on the first day. Man, this is yeah, that looks friendly. That's not gonna bite my face. I'm going down the cat. Cat ho, rabbit ho. Hey, I don't mind. I'll spend time with you guys. I always try to I try to give you guys maximum effort. And it's cool because we can all enjoy. You know, it's not just we can talk about something, but you guys never know what I'm going to pull up. That's what makes it exciting unless someone gives me something like this amazing thing right here. How could you not like this? It's a cute cat. I could love that every day. I'm pretty easy peasy. I could definitely love a lot of these cats. What about me? She says. Yes, you too. Yeah. They're like, oh, this cat's fine. What? I fed you already. Okay. Hurry. Help. Yeah, those teeth are that's kind of scary there. I mean, if you had a big ass property, I think they would be dope. Like having them run around and stuff. And I mean, do people keep things inside? Like in the house, or is it like backyard? Or I imagine probably people have them inside the house, just like any animal. If they're rich, they're like, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, I think I might have to watch some stuff too, on replays of my failures as well and stuff. So, yeah, me too. What the heck? Yeah, you're like, it's time for bed. No, yeah, for sure. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys tremendously. Let me just check one last thing to make sure I didn't miss anything because, I usually have to get some kind of reminder if I'm an idiot. Yeah, we love the family here. The Fanatic family is a special thing. And like I said, it's between a lot of us, not just like one person. We have a nice group of amazing people. All right, let's go down the cat hole one last time. Just to kind of briefly see what we've been looking at and talking about. It's a nice way to reflect and make sure that we have a good Monday and we have a good week. Positive attitude, and attitude is everything. A lot of bad shit happens to people, right? But it's, the quicker you can get over it, the better your day will be. And that is facts. And sometimes you can't. You hold on to it all day, sometimes multiple days. And then you come here, boom, waffles, cats, dogs, crepes, maybe a little Tommy Townsend, and then everyone's happy. Okay. A little waffle action. I appreciate you guys tremendously. Thank you for everyone that's donated, said a kind word, came up with great suggestions. I mean, like I said, every stream is like my favorite thing. Like, I don't know where it's going to go. We got someone to actually share some cool stuff that I love seeing. Can't wait to see your artwork. And I told you my ESP's on point. I knew you found something else. I don't know what it was, but I just had this weird feeling that maybe you found one or two or three or a binder, or you found something. I was like, okay, maybe she found some picture. So I can't wait for you to share that either on your Twitter or here, and I'll post them. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. Thank you, Cyberpunk, Holly, Sarah, every single person that's in the room, every single person that donated. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you very, very much. Space Kitty, Eagles John, so many of you, Kevin, Marcos, earlier in the day. You guys are awesome. I love you and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you and I appreciate you very, very much. And I'll be back tomorrow for Monday Night Football. Love you, appreciate you, and I'm out. Gang.